These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now. These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now. These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now. These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now. These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
nothing I couldn't handle.
Oh, it is so on!
It's about to get messy! Let's dance. Blood for Noxus! The wrath of Abaddon!
And it's time to dust off the Timo hats, ladies and gentlemen, because League of Legends is back. This is the Battle of S.E.A. Together with us, your casters for today, my name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra, and today we will be witnessing a lot of amazing matches.
That's right, and I've been excited for this event as it's been a long while since I've managed to get myself casting, any League games at all, but here we are. And not only that, we got some big updates happening since, the new patch has been released. Everybody, welcome to Noxus. And not only that, we've also merged the entire C server so we can start playing with, friends from across the border, and that's what I've been so excited about. I guess we will have a lot of time to slowly discuss and dissect each respective portion of it, but today's event, the Battle of S.E.A, is definitely something special where we not only get to witness some of the best content, or should I say, ex-pro players, we also do have top gaming creators, influencers, cosplayers who are going to be part of the event as well. So, of course, if you guys want to know more, we're going to unfold to you who will be playing in this Battle of S.E.A.
I'm sure a lot of names will be familiar to all of you who have followed League of Legends for the longest time, and some of them are obviously still actively playing, and you might see them in some leaderboards as well, going all the way, obviously Challenger and above. So it will be a nice showcase of what they're able to do in a competitive setting. Of course, there will be rewards for these players, and aside from the rewards, of course, it's also the bragging rights of which team is going to be the champion for the Battle of S.E.A.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure that some of these creators, as well as, ex-pro players, is in their genetics to be competitive. And I believe that they'll get themselves a little bit sweaty later on when we get themselves in the game. But for now, I guess maybe behind the scenes, they'll be having a little bit of that friendly banter. And of course, since we do have a little time, I think that what the big news has dropped where we have this current patch where everyone's playing on this Noxus update. I guess where should we start? I feel like there's so many fun elements that was introduced, and it just makes things so much more exciting heading into this current patch. And I think like one of the biggest updates has been the addition of Atakan on 20 minutes mark, where a whole lot more fights happen because there's also the feats of strength which teams will have to acquire. So there's just a whole lot more activity in the game.
Well, if that's your favorite update from Noxus, my favorite is going to be the one that it does not allow players to easily backdoor anymore. So fights can be a little bit more exciting because the final turret can be respawned after a certain amount of time. So that kind of levels up the playing field a bit and kind of avoids the backdooring to happen. But without further ado, we also want to get to know who are our competitors for today. Introducing to you the teams that will be playing, ladies and gentlemen, in the League of Legends Battle of S.E.A.
To kick things off, we have from Thailand, T1 Paidu, where we have all these superstars in the roster. What really caught my eyes is What the Jazz, as he's been the legendary support back in those early days where he was playing in Mega or even BKT, and also will be joined by his fellow friends Taklus, Tani, G-Spot, as well as Patis. So definitely will be a very interesting lineup. I'm looking forward to actually see what will they have in store for us. And will there be any form of cheesy plays coming from What the Jazz, since he could play almost anything as a support?
Oh yeah, he's definitely one of the highlight players in this lineup. What the Jazz, I'm a big fan. I really love seeing his plays. He's able to outplay opponents, even though as a support player. So I do think that there's a lot more to expect from What the Jazz to come. But in our next team, we have Mokro hopefully I didn't butcher that though. Represented by Ruhas Zainalter. Okay, hopefully I didn't butcher that. Real Zono. And we have WRDZ and Davian.
That's right, and I believe that this team majority consists of creators from all across Thailand, where they've been pretty entertaining. I think we should keep our eyes onto certain players like Rilzo as well as Ruhas, where they've been having a whole lot of fun time, streaming, but at the very same time, they do also have exceptional plays as well. So we'll definitely want to see who else will also be contending against Mukro Pixar.
And of course, our third team, coming from Thailand as well, is Hiu Kao, represented by Mikasa, X-Vester, Lloyd Style, the legendary Lloyd Style. We have Elizant and we have Bolan Game.
I just love the dynamics that they do have in Hiu Kao, because Lloyd, I think he needs no introduction, as he is basically the player that has been known and loved in the region. And from the Philippines, we have Adobo here with Razzie Bings, Devoured, Jillian, Yamada, as well as Godwill. Well, I'm pretty sure that some of you guys might have actually seen Razzie Bings' shenanigans, and I wonder what he's up to. But this is a superstar stacked roster from Senegal, where we have Kaigu, Rabanga, Exosun, Mirmu, and Rox TV.
Yeah, and Kaigu, of course, highlighted he was last a coach, and also he was a player as well, so can expect a lot from him, especially when it comes to the drafting scene. And Corporate Slaves from Indonesia, represented by Lee Byung-chan, Shastapol Kuroa, Nate Hogger, we have Torin, and we have Crazy Will.
Wow, I love who they're sending in for Indonesia. I think that we'll keep our eyes on Nidhogg as well as Baumchan later on. And from Singapore and Malaysia, we are back. And it consists of players like Blair, Caspiel, Neko Desu, Clay X, Philia, as well as Sagi as the substitute. And man, if you guys see the solo queue rankings, these guys, they're definitely up there.
And speaking about up there, we also have Biryani here, represented by Exion, Kaka, Akshat. We have SKPLZ, and we have Harsh Kilray here, representing the Indian region. So it will be an interesting play to see all of these players together, eyeing this prize pool of $10,000.
Yep, everybody walks away with a little bit of something, but the biggest lion's share of it all is $2,000 for the champions to see who sits on the throne of Noxus. So, of course, there's always bragging rights, and also now with a little bit of extra motivating factor, I believe that everybody's going to bring out their best champions to play. But of course, before we begin, we'll take a look at our playoff brackets, as we'll start with the upper brackets, as we will kick off with the match where we will feature here in this stream with Senegal versus We Are Back. Now, this is probably the featured match of the entire evening, I would say, because these two rosters, they fully consist of ex-pro players.
Oh yeah, so it's a really stacked lineup that we're looking forward to see soon. And speaking about soon, without further ado, we'll be jumping straight into the draft, and we'll be putting focus onto We Are Back versus Senegal. There will be two games played simultaneously, but on this broadcast, we'll be watching this game. And right now, it is a best of one series, and till the grand finals. The grand finals will be a best of 3. Now, there will be no fearless draft even in the grand finals. Now, looking over at the draft, what's your take here, Contra?
Wow, I really do love the sort of picks and bans that we're getting here. It is very LCK-ish in the form of the type of bans that they're going for, very stock standard in competitive play. And then when you take a look into some of the picks that we have, we got K'Sante, Kalista, and Victor already locked in for We Are Back. Meanwhile, Sinigang has already responded with Ambessa, Poppy, as well as Rabenga now on that Corki. I feel like it does definitely show us some slight cards of what they are trying to achieve later on, but we do expect that for We Are Back, they would have massive blow of team fights and, of course, to play around Clayx on the Kalista later on.
Yeah, and we did talk about it before the show started. Expect that Ambessa to be one of the top picks, as it is one of the more popular champions in the LCK as well, and it is the early pick here for Sinigang. Now, this champion is obviously able to go to the backline, so whichever ADC that We Are Back is going to place at the backline especially, will need to have extra protection for that.
True enough, which is why like Kalista can at least dance around and kite with her passive. So I think it won't be too easy to actually catch off Clayx, and they want to double down. Miriam is now locking in the Jarvan for the squad as well. So it is definitely going to be daunting of a task to try to escape on all these heavy crowd control that Sinigang is currently offering. And of course, with the answer of their own, they're also picking Sejuani up right here. But what's going to be the very last pick here, because we have not really seen perhaps a support for We Are Back. Meanwhile, for Sinigang, this Poppy could actually be going into support role. It most likely will be the case, and I guess Philia will just go back to the trusty old Braum just to give a little bit more protection to the Kalista.
Yeah, and Poppy is champion that is very good at protecting the backline, especially the ADC. And looking the fact that they picked the Corki would need time to scale, and having the Poppy in the lineup, I would say that is actually a very good pick. And plus, the Poppy is a very good champion to fend off against a dashing kind of champions. So that provides a lot more protection to the Corki. And if they do go for the late game, having the Corki, having the Ambessa, Sinigang is actually looking pretty stacked.
Yeah, they do, and I love the final pick coming in as they manage to get Exos in his hands on Hui. I believe that at least it will fare pretty well in the terms of the mid lane trades, where you have just about enough distance coverage to negate all this poking potential coming in from that Victor. Of course, Neko, he's gonna unleash the arcane wall right here on Noxus, so we'll see how much can they actually get out of this early game. But of course, for the side of We Are Back, it does take time to scale as well, so I believe that perhaps Sinigang could use a little bit more of their early game potential on where they could just roam around the map, try to actually secure not only objectives but also heavy pickoffs. But then again, if you look at which lane could you actually safely gank, I'm not too certain, because when we look at We Are Back's roster, I feel like it's very, very solid, and this is what we really do expect to kickstart our day with some really great action of League of Legends. So I can't ask for more.
Yeah, probably Sinigang, if they want to go for an early engagement or early pickup, the mid lane might be a good choice. Yes, Victor has a lot of bursty damage, but then again, the mana cost for Victor is very, very high, especially at the early stage. So he wears out pretty fast, especially during the laning stage where he needs to poke his opponent, where he needs to clear off the lanes quickly. He might burn out his mana fast. So in theory, if they were to make the rotation to the mid to get the pickoff against Victor, that might be a good choice.
Yeah, true enough, and I guess it won't be an easy catch. I mean, all these players, when you are a challenger or even somewhere around the lines of grandmasters, I'm pretty sure that they do know or expect certain timings, where those windows where you do expect gangs, roams coming from the support. I guess calls will be immaculate from both ends, and that's what we would love to see, because when we take a look at Sinigang, these guys have been playing probably for decades together. If we look back into the PH legacy of these members start off back in Manila Eagles, and then you have Mineski, Archangel, and so many of all these teams that they move into. And then you did mention they eventually branched into even Wild Rift, did some coaching as well. And who knows, some of them have also resumed with corporate life and stuff, and they just came back together. That bond is so strong coming from Sinigang. Well, meanwhile, out of all the members of We Are Back, we're looking at majority of this composition consisting of ex-Sem9 players from Malaysia, and then you add the superstar of a solo queue player. Every single season, Neko Desu has been challenger, and he's got thousands of points stacked up. Currently, I think he's top 3, top 5, somewhere within that ratio. And Blair, he's also played in many of all these top Singaporean teams, has even competed in the PCS as well. So, accolades, I think these two sides have definitely gotten a whole lot, and I feel like they are just getting started. I'm pretty sure that these teams, they might, even if they win or lose this match, whoever's on that losers bracket, they are definitely looking for their way back through that lower bracket, maybe to just get another reunion here against each other.
Yes, it is a double elimination, ladies and gentlemen. So whatever happens to your favorite team, they will still have a second chance to play with. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go into our match number 1 of our day. Here we go. The Battle of S.E.A between We Are Back, representing Singapore, Malaysia, versus Sinigang, representing the Philippines. And we enter the ground where they will face off against each other for the best of 1.
That's right, and I think the highlight of this matchup is in the mid lane. We have Neko Desu versus Exosin. Some may call him the Bjergsen of the Philippines. I would definitely agree. I mean, there's so many years that I've seen him perform on so many different champions. I recall him being so phenomenal on that Twisted Fate, and that was even back in the GPL days. But, do some of these guys need to shake off a little bit of rust? Majority of them are ex-pro players after all. So as much as it's fun in games, I'm pretty sure they want to settle the score. So I believe that we're going to be moving into the Rift in a couple of moments. But other than that, looking into all the other matchups as well, top lane, Kaigu versus Blair. This is definitely going to be something that we want to keep our eyes on.
I mean, just looking at this picture, it's a lot of throwback. The last I saw Caspian and ClayX actually played competitively was during Asian Games, and it was somewhere around last year or the year before. I believe it was somewhere last year or so. And it's been quite a long coming as well to see these players playing competitive. Of course, some of them can be caught playing on their live streams. I'm sure they play their ranked games there. They stream for their fans and all that. But in a competitive setting, especially when there's rewards on the line, it's going to be very different. The stakes are way higher now.
That's right, and here we go as we will enter Noxus, or should I say Summer's Rift, and admittedly, we're already getting invites coming in from We Are Back, and it forces them to go into a different route where we expect maybe a vertical jungling to happen as these wards have already been dropped very deep into the enemy line, so I guess they will pull back. We'll see the Jarvan starting raid, so Rubanga kind of have his cards pretty much limited here to start things off.
Oh, that was a sneaky one though. Like all the way in, putting in those wards, and now they have vision and they know the movement of their enemy. In fact, for We Are Back, majority of them are actually around the top side jungle. So that gives information to Sinigang that, okay, if they're there, if they want to make any sneaky moves or if they want to steal away buffs, they can actually go to the bottom jungle.
Yeah, of course, with that ward, they also do note for the fact that Caspiel has started blue side as well, so it'll still be pretty much parallel, and who knows, perhaps there might just be those big fights that will pop somewhere around the 3-4 minute mark over on a bottom lane. Meanwhile, trades happening over the bottom side. It definitely will take a lot of items before, you see big power spikes or so, but Velia has been a little bit aggressive to eventually move into the deeper brush, but it will definitely take a whole lot, and early game Corki does hurt a lot. Just take a look at those damages.
Yeah, even if you're Braum, right? As tanky as you are, He's still taking a lot of damage there. Down to 50% of health, but they still make the engagement. And here we go. One flash to the back line, and first blood still goes to the side of We Are Back.
ClayX perfectly executing his move and also having those perfect, all these stacks over on the minutes before he moves right in for the execution. Rox did not manage to get much of a response out of that because they're still getting themselves ready to hit level 2. And unfortunately, you know, for both We Are Back members, they managed to hit that level 2 spike much quicker. So we go over to the top side. Grandpa Step, aka Blair. I guess we gotta get used to calling their names that are not exactly the same as displayed early on. So Girling Girl, I gotta recall as well. So this is definitely gonna be a little bit challenging, but mid lane, this matchup, super interesting. Hui definitely has arsenals of skills where you could just solely try to find those angles to poke, but so long as this Victor stays behind the minion waves, it's going to be pretty difficult to actually get much execution rate, but it's going to be a farm fest. Meanwhile, for Caspial, he's moving deep into the territories. It seems like the ward has been scouted out already, so Rox has ensured that everything's safe and sound for him.
I'm sure the fact that they put their names here on screen for us to mention, they're okay with us mentioning the names on screen. All right, so we're gonna give us that. We're gonna give ourselves that. Now the Brown here is gonna play the, I would say the nursery role. He's definitely going to just keep the opponents away, allow a Rota King, aka Caspial, and just to keep him safe until he's able to pop up to a certain level of ClayX, yeah. Look at it, right? Because of the names, right? I know it takes a while. It takes a while, but yeah, it's good to keep ClayX safe for now and allow him to farm up to a certain power spike.
Yeah, Rumanga has timed it well enough as to know that that is going to be the Grump that's been spawned up, and that could set up perfectly onto a dive over our top side. As we look at Blair, he's low on mana, low on health as well. Doesn't have the minion waves crashing perfectly, so it will definitely take a while. But in terms of getting objectives, I believe that at least on the jungle side, it's pretty much just slight lead for Omega as he managed to steal that Grump away. But for now, it's just the calm before the storm. Now, let's also talk about Atakan, because when it comes down to, you know, our usual solo queue games, we usually see ruinous Atakan because of those high volume of kills. And speaking of kills, something might just happen here again. But I feel like River's going to be a little bit more cautious. But if in the case where there's not much damage being done, not much kill activity, we might even see Voracious Atakan, which will give them that false life. And then we see things get even more rapid for 20 minutes onwards.
Oh, I do love the introduction of Atakan into Noxus. It does give a bit more challenge to the teams, and Atakan is a very important objective for both teams to try to get it, regardless of whichever Atakan is going to be spawned. So I do expect to see a big brawl when the Atakan shows up.
True enough, and it seems like We Are Back has managed to seal the very first objective. So that's going to be the Ocean Blade now in their hands. That will add another point into the feats, but of course they still need 3 epic monsters and about 2 more kills before they actually get the feats of strength stacks over on top. But we see that great migration going on. Sinigang is getting themselves ready to take on the Grubs, but Caspial, he's already been spotted out by a ward. Blair just holding down the line, but they will have to give way. It's 4 against 2 right now, and if we take a look, Fila is on his way. I think that we're about to have a big brawl coming up.
Yeah, and Ambessa is already at level 6. Looks like they were starting with the engagement, but Rabenga, a bit of a disengagement happening there. Are they going to go back in? Maybe not. Looks like Sinigan, they have already disengaged and they're no longer interested.
Yeah, they really have to give the Grubs away, but Rabenga hoping to smite at least one of the Grubs, but instead, we'll only watch as Caspial secures all 3 Grubs in their favor. So We Are Back playing this one absolutely cleanly without the necessity of really going for all these unwarranted fights. So I guess like it will be a little bit of a slower approach before we get into all this big fights or so, as we definitely want to see them maybe secure their first legendary item on board. Seems like for Neko, he's going to be going up with Luden's Echo later on, and then when we take a look at the rest of the pack, stock standard stuff. Meanwhile, they've already switched lanes. The bot lane is now mid lane, so it will probably give a little bit more of the advantage for Hui to have a little bit more of that safety net for the bomb side, but Velia is going on the aggression.
Yep, we have the Brown here at forefront, allowing some space, but no bigger engagement than that. So both sides, they're playing this rather cautiously. Evan Gurling, yes, he's pretty low right now, but should be able to dash away to safety. Not going to be an issue there. And we're back to 1-0 between the two sides.
Yeah, and Caspil's looking for a dive there, low enough, and here it comes.
Oh, here come. Yep, underneath the turret. It looks like a big engagement here, but not able to secure any kills at all. And Velia, being the Brown that he is, find a protection, and they disengage again.
Yeah, perfect timing on the flash as well. And it's also a great safety net for Mirmu to have the cleanse up online. He didn't really have to burst either flash or cleanse. Meanwhile, Rebecca, he's definitely going for the hit.
Oh, here comes Victor. Not the best of getting away though, but still, because of the turret, he's able to get back to safety, so he's fine for now, although it's a 2-for-1 commitment onto him.
Yeah, and that was 2 ults being burned as well, so Neko, I guess it's considered pretty worth when you just really have to burn the flash, but it definitely leaves him a little bit more vulnerable for the moment. And if we take a look into what could potentially happen if Sinigang just allows these cases to happen, eventually they will just get out micro in the sense where we take a look at the rest of these carries at the very least. Both the Callista as well as Victor from We Are Back, they're having a little bit more of that extra edge in the form of CS, maybe to get themselves accelerated into completing the items a little faster for those power spikes. But for the most part, they're looking for Exosun right now, but I believe there will be a response and backup on the way. But they decided not exactly the easiest dive for them to commit, but there is still going to be that ward that spots out Mirmu as well as Rox, so I believe that WAB, they are well aware of that.
And Velia still has the Glacier Fisher though, so he didn't commit that earlier on. He can go in for another engagement again. But the fact that it's only 2 of them, unless a big rotation comes in from the mid, maybe from Victor or maybe jungle, then they will be able to engage hard. But with the Unbreakable, he's able to negate the damage from the opponent. And again, both sides, no big kills.
Yeah, it's just lean swaps happening all throughout. I guess this was perfectly timed by Exosun since his TP is also online. For WAB, I think that they also read the room pretty well. But the next grubs are about to spawn. Same goes to the dragon, and we're already seeing Caspel working all alone. So perhaps this could be pretty much an even form of trade, where we also see the Poppy slowly making his way around over onto that Baron Pit, which is of course occupied by grubs right now. So no need for WAB to respond. So 3 grubs each side. I guess this is pretty much even up. But with that said, I believe one of the feats have already been achieved by WAB since they've already secured 2 Drakes and 3 grubs.
Though if you look at the goal, the gap between the 2 of them, not that big, but We Are Back, they are slightly widening in terms of goal. And even if you look at the comparison below as well, like the key champions here, like Victor, who's a very bursty champion, is able to farm very, very well. And as long as he's able to farm and reach his power spike, he's able to deal a lot of damage. But speak about damage, we're going to see a lot of damage on the top side, and that's going to be a straightforward engagement, 4-on-1. Gilling Ambosa gets the kill.
Perfect timing with the crash of the wave, with all 4 members looking to secure the first turrets to at least even up the odds here to complete the feats. This surge was likely going down, but Caspiel goes in.
Oh, well, we have Exocet very, very low. But unfortunately, Caspiel is not able to finish out the job. Instead, they're going to re-engage on the Caspiel, and Caspiel is in big, big trouble. He will be taken out.
Oh yeah, that was a great public execution coming in for Kaigu. And that's it. Caspiel was just trying to delay them from securing the first turret of the match. I guess in that sense, he did a great job, but he sacrificed his life for it. Was it really worth it? I'm not too sure, honestly. I guess that it's still worthwhile, where you still have Blair that can still keep up over onto this lane. But this Poppy is being a nuisance. Rox, he's been incredible getting 2 assists throughout the run.
I guess if you're slightly behind, it's going to be kind of worth it, even though in terms of goal, you're still ahead, but you want to try to break that motivation and momentum of your opponent. So getting those simple pickoffs, although they expand some of their outs, but I think that's fine.
Yeah, and on top of that, this M.B.E.S.A is going to be a monster to deal with later on. Already 2 kills, and there's already bounty on her head. I'm not too sure if Blair really wants to go all out in this one, but he will try.
Yep, however, getting will disengage though. Oh, Caspiel showed himself for a bit there by the side. Lucky enough, he did not stay to re-engage. If not, it could be trouble 1v2.
Yeah, I guess that Blair also quickly realizes that he cannot fully commit, since you just take a look at M.B.E.S.A with, I don't know, some say she has 1,000 dashes, right? Like, easily you could just dodge some volley spells and you're good to go. Which is why whenever you see a K'Sante matchup, I think it's pretty common these days in competitive, where you see M.B.E.S.A being picked. But look at that quick cleanse coming from Murmu. Absolutely negated the danger.
Oh, looks like they will go in onto it. They do have the turret advantage. And now Sinigang is all in. Phileas not able to escape, but Phileas not the target that they want. He does have Unbreakable if he wants to use it, but he's going to save that for later. As long as he's able to walk out of danger, he'll be fine.
Yeah, and both sides really showing great respect to one another, and it's a smart move that Sinigang did not really fully commit it. Yeah, sure, maybe it will burn the flash out of Philia or something like that, but even so, it might actually rupture in such a way where, that turret's already low on health, and they're going to be in that awkward scenario, especially with the Kalista that could easily just shred out the front line. So I guess they will just time it perfectly until they get themselves in a little bit of that battle over onto the Rift Herald. That's where the game really starts to accelerate. But for now, for what we're getting, Sinigang, initially we saw them being slightly behind. Sure, it's still maybe more or less 1,000 goal of a difference, but they're absolutely catching up. All these small little plays are definitely compounding interests, which we'll see it perhaps snowball into something better. But looking at the items as well, we're already seeing a Blade of Ruin King completed for that Kalista. So we got to be mindful of positionings on how she would be in some potential team fights happening later on. But in the terms of control, we're just looking at Rox. He's just really appearing almost anywhere, which is why Blair always have to take a little bit of step back, not really overextend. I could say the same about Neko, but mainly a little bit more prio being shown over the top side.
And here comes the Unbreakable. Give extra protection. The other 2 players.
Caspiel.
And now Caspiel goes in underneath the turret. It's not going to be an issue for him. Bounce back, but then again, they still managed to get that 1 kill. Rox sent him back. Nice home run there, but they will still re-engage again underneath the turret. They will take down the turret as an objective. Glacial Fissure did not connect, but it's good enough to zone them away for them to secure the turret.
Yeah, those were clean plays, and they absolutely remembered that the plants was already burned off, so Murmu will have to actually force the flash, and they're not even able to do so, but Sinigang, they're responding by getting themselves the first dips on this Rift Herald, so we'll see where they think it's tertiarily, because Philia is on his way. Rox tries to hold down the line, and there's no ult available for this Poppy, so they will have to find a way out, and here comes the K'Sante.
And they don't have the Glacial Fissure as well, and it looks like Sinigang, they managed to get the Rift Herald, but they will continue on the fight. Now they'll be able to trade it back, as they will take 1 by 1 for the side of Sinigang. Now the other members of Senegal, Momo, as well as his teammate Exos is not able to do anything. The chase will happen here. We have Caspiel at the forefront dealing the damage. Exosen flashes to the front underneath the turret, but that's not going to save him. And it is a shutdown ace for the side of We Are Back.
That was huge. Caspian with the flank has managed to secure the ace for WAB, and now they are clearly up ahead. Even in that fight, you saw the timing on Blair to really go into disrupt. As much as we saw Zinigang secure the Herald, nobody has picked it up until maybe much later on where they have to put themselves into an awkward position. Let's take a look back at it again. Now watch what happens here. Sure, Caspiel was nowhere near, but the rest of WAB, they responded, and then Caspiel came in, flashed over a Murmu, just absolutely locking it down, securing it eventually for Neko, and the rest was pretty much doomed when they were all funneled into their jungle.
Oh man, I really love the flank by Caspiel there together with the flash. But looks like another engagement. Oh, okay, this is a replay from earlier on. And continuing on from that, looks like this is a fight that involves in the middle. And so far, Caspiel is really dominating the front line.
Yeah, they're just trying to steal as many camps as possible. Not too sure if they will be able to secure this Bramble back, as Ravenga is already on the forefront. Should be able to perhaps might it. Oh, it misses.
Oh, here comes Unbreakable, protecting his teammates. Look at the amount of damage that Fila is able to absorb. Now he's pretty low. He has to disengage himself. Let's see, will he go in back again? And looks like he will, just to be taken out of this fight. Now they have to retreat. Unfortunately, they lost a lot in that fight.
Yeah, I think they really took too much time wandering inside of the jungle, and was it really worthwhile? I believe like some mistakes have been committed, and those trades, I mean, they managed to get the Callista, and that was some big shutdown goal, and that opens up that room for them to also secure the tier 1 turret over mid, but Blair, he's going for it.
Oh,
forces a
that
flash.
was a close one. Yeah, that was a close one there. I mean, that was quite a chase there, but thanks to the flash, he's able to get away. And now Caspiel is going for the chase. Is he going to commit all the way to Routes? Now Neko is just right behind him. They might just be able to get Routes here. Routes, I don't think he's able to escape. Now he needs backup here. Ravenga comes back in. But from the side, we have a Grandpa Staff showing that he's not that old.
Yep, well, Grandpa Step, he's always been silent, but he shows up perfectly on time in every occasion, including that fight in for the Rift Herald. And then over here, Philia, he saw Exos lacking mana, and he's trying to set things up for Neko.
He does have the Glacier Fissure though, but he does not need to use it thanks to Neko's backstab coming from behind to secure that kill.
Oh boy, now everyone's prepping up for the Otacon. WAB, they're already fully committed into this as well, but the problem is perhaps they don't really have too many of their ultimates available, but they're still at least the storm coming in from Neko. But here comes the flank, and they are just too little too late. This will be a false life available for WAB to play even more aggressive, so it definitely will be interesting on what's going to be WAB's next move after this.
Yeah, they're probably just waiting for Grandpa Staff to get back in onto the Rift, and they will start to make bigger engagements. But Senegal, they want to take down the mid turret to try to open up the map for themselves. They managed to do that. They're fine, but it could be a matter of time till we see the next big engagement by We Are Back.
Yeah. As much as there is a 5k deficit at the moment, one good team fight, I mean, for later on, might still set things up perfectly for Senegang, but this Dragon might just be too little hard to contest, and if they were to let go, that's going to be sole point for WAB. So their hands are kind of tied here. They gotta either let it go or just really put themselves into a sticky fight where Philia has already zoned them out. So this is going to be a make or break situation, and they are going to fully commit.
And Philia with Unbreakable and top damage, but from the side, look at this Ravenga. He is away from his other teammates, and Ringa is now in trouble. Philia is going for it, lost it, and Neko will get the unstoppable. Now they want more from this fight, but because the turret is still active, no minions there, going to disengage for now. But look at this, Caspiel is not letting the backline go. Going in onto the backline, and here we have it. All the way back, that's going to be Grandpa Step onto Mirmo. Mirmo has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Double kill will be given to the Grandpa.
Perfect timing on that all-out. Blair is styling onto everyone. And my, things have been so cleanly executed from We Are Back. And now that is going to be an uncontested dragon, absolutely open for the taking. And that is sole point for SGMY.
There's no way they're gonna be able to engage onto the dragon. They have to let this one go. That means We Are Back right now. They are truly back in the game. They've created this huge gap right now. Just look at their goal difference here. It's about 8k goal difference now.
Yeah, it was just so difficult. We would take a look at how things erupted inside the jungle. They were initially going for Philia, but the entire team was there. Rabenga was trying to see if he could just do a cheeky steal, but he's also just a couple of seconds behind for getting over close to the Drake. Anyways, now all that's left to do for the rest of Sinigang is to really stall out the game and look for that perfect opening. So far, Neko Desu has been the unkillable Demon King of this match. I mean, Faker cosplay, Neko Desu, as much as he's never a part of 7-9, he's mainly played in solo queues. Perhaps this is about time that, you know, they consider reuniting, making a squad, join the LCP, and who knows, next season we might see an SGMY team in the rosters.
I mean, Demon King, not sure, but he's definitely unkillable so far. Speaking about unkillable, Caspiel is still unkillable. Look at this, he's taking so much damage. He's taking all the skills, but yet they're not able to take him down. And now we have Philia with Unbreakable at the front line to protect him even more. Well, Grandpa Step gets the back line. Neko again dominating.
Neko as well as Blair, they're just doing exceptionally well throughout the course of the battle. And as much as Rox has been pretty crucial in some of these team fights to negate all these presence coming from WAB, I feel like this is a little too much. Caspiel going for a dive, they will commit.
Oh, here comes Routes. Oh, he's using his body as a shield. Trying to push away his opponents, opening up the space for Mirmo to get away. Mirmo is safe for now.
And slowly but surely, WAB, they're putting a chokehold onto Sinigang right now, taking down another inhibitor turret over the top side, and Merbu tries to even get close, but look at the damage that this Victor is chunking out, and it seems like Rabenga, he is trying to pull back, and they have definitely regretted their decision.
No! Neko Desu is currently on a godlike, and they're not letting them go at all. And look at this, with Arcane Storm, they're dealing lots of damage. Triple kill to Neko with a brilliant Arcane Storm.
And this is it. 4 members against Exosun. Exosun, how long can he hold on? He could not get anywhere close to the wave, and Philia is just holding him down. So this should be the first match to be won by SGMY. We are back, baby. Ladies and gents, they will proceed to the next round of the upper brackets.
Oh man, here we go. We are back representing SGMY. The winners of our first game on our broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. What a big throwback it is. And I must say, Neko, he's definitely unkillable in this round.
My, it wasn't just Neko being unkillable, it was so hard for them to even reach that Victor. You saw in that last fight, they were trying to chase the Victor down, and every step they take, they just get slowly chunked out by all these laser beams, and at the very same time, the moment that WAB respond, it was a crushing blow that Sinigang could not withstand any longer. But all in all, when we take a look at that early game, I think Sinigang has definitely came up with a lot of brilliant displays of their own, especially that dive over onto Blair, as well as Caspiel. And perhaps if there's anything that kind of tipped the balance point of this matchup, it was that fight on the Rift Herald, that first ace, the flank come from Caspiel. I think that was pretty much game-changing moving into this matchup, or else Sinigang would still be able to maybe have a couple more minutes to buy and then get better activation into this match.
Yeah, and they didn't manage to get a pick off onto Victor at all. And that allowed Nico to just scale in terms of magical damage. And if you can't think about it, all Victor needs to do is just to have that space, just to be able to throw all his skills and cast all those damages onto the opponent. And the fact that he did not die at all, I mean, he got a lot of kills along the way, that just shows how much he has scaled to a certain level at the mid stages of the game, that he is almost not, I wouldn't say not unkillable because he's unkillable, but because he's able to do so much damage and there's a lot of protection, especially from the Brown itself. That's why he's not able to be killed.
Yeah, I mean, for Victor, he also can kind of hold down the line for himself when he just drops into W. You can even have that AoE stun for a brief moment of time. And on top of all these layers, I mean, this is just top tier League of Legends that we're looking at from even Sinigang. I think, like, in the form of execution, sure, maybe they were too obsessed with certain pickoffs. We did mention that, yeah, they do have some of all these early game advantages, but even so, it all were kind of tipped off that skill of balance, even from those early tradings where we were just talking about, oh, Cocky with the early game level 1 will have a lot of damage, but it seems like for ClayX, he's got better plans. It's like, I don't care if you poke me that much. If I hit level 2 first, you're pretty much dead. And they managed to secure it. So I guess that was our very first game. We will have another series coming up next. So don't go anywhere. We're going for a short break and we'll be right back.
This ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now. These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Oh, it is so on!
It's about to get messy! Let's dance. Blood for Noxus!
Welcome back, Summoners, as this is the Battle of S.E.A, where we feature some of the top influencers, content creators, cosplayers, ex-pro players, and you name it, we've got it here. As now we have the big merger of all these S.E.A regions to be under one banner, where, you know, now we can start playing with our friends from Indonesia, Thailand, even India as well. My name's Contra, this is Sir Cloud, but man, you know what? That was a banger round that we had. We are back, really showing their stuff to take on their first game and won up against a superstar roster such as Sinigang.
Yeah, it was a hot start there, and arguably the highlight of round number one. And we saw that happening. It was such an amazing match. We saw the coordination of We Are Back as well on how they actually move around the map and how they actually coordinated amongst themselves. The Brown play in front. I guess we didn't highlight too much about that, but he was the protector of the entire team. So great teamwork all around for We Are Back.
Yeah, I'm glad that you also mentioned that. Yeah, Fila has actually done so much heavy lifting. Like, usually, you know, certain Braum players we see in solo queue, like, they like to wait for that moment, they hold back, and instead of, like, you see Fila is always playing on the aggressive, always in the front, and I guess, like, Maz will also get big leads back to We Are Back. But, of course, we gotta move on from that past round because we got another exciting match coming up next. I believe this is going to be Thailand versus Indonesia, and I've been wanting to talk about this Indonesian roster because they also feel at least quite a number of ex-pro players on their side, and you know, with names like Nidok as well as Bomchan Lee, who has played competitively for a couple of years already. Nidhogg has definitely been one of the staple names in the Indonesian scene. Meanwhile, from the Thai side, we got MKPS. I try not to butcher the names, right? That's why I say MKPS is Mukrop Prikson. I'm not too sure if it's a food name or so. If I get it wrong, my bad. Please educate me on that. So, Ruhas, Silnatzer, Rilso, Wirtz, WRDZ, as well as Davian. I really wonder, like when you bunch up a team of creators who not only make content but also make a lot of all these montages, you have a lot of great individual play, but now we will have to put their chemistries to the test up against some of the finest of Indonesia. And Indonesia's got some creators of their own too, which will be part of the team. So I say it's pretty much an even matchup.
Yeah, I mean, can't blame you for the names, right? I mean, the name Mukrop itself sounds like something that we have, like the both of us, from time to time. Yeah, it's been a while though. And I would be... it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen after this, right? Like, even if we talk about like our creators or high-ranked players, sometimes, like what you said, playing as a team is going to be different. The dynamics is going to be different, and the chemistry is going to be put to the test. But like what we saw earlier on, like how Neko has shown us, like, yeah, high-ranked player, but now putting himself to play with the team again, probably after a long time, but he's still able to show something really, really amazing for all of us. I believe that we'll be able to see an equally interesting matchup between the two teams.
Yeah, touching on that, at first I was thinking like, oh, Neko Desu, he is a highly rated player in solo queue, but how does he work with, a pro team? Because, we've talked about competitive scene, sometimes it's a little bit different, but we're also talking like these guys are ex-pros as well, like they're not actively now like competing, but they still have that same formula, that same DNA, and you can see how well Neko has gelled into this squad. It just feels like they've been playing together for, I don't know, years or months, maybe, but it has been pretty beautiful. I really do wonder if we're gonna see anyone really top or what was served to us on the icing on the cake early on, but right now I guess like this is what we've got, right? So if there's anyone that I want to highlight from Indonesia, other than Nidhogg, which, he can play any AD carry super aggressively and be excellent at it. But top lane, Bomchan, I personally know this guy. I played a couple of games with him before. Games that look impossible to carry, this guy, he can just run down the top lane turrets and do excessive damage all across the map. I think like some of all these signature picks that he has, which I probably don't want to reveal much. Who knows, like maybe the opponents are on stream right now tuning in, listening to my voice, then I probably wait for Champion Select where I could dive into maybe more of his picks and the way he mechanically drives some of all these champions. It is a beautiful thing to witness. So I think like we do have ourselves that privilege today.
Oh, come on. I mean, they have a delay on their side anyway.
True enough.
Busy prepping up for the next round. So I want to hear from you, right? Since you have played with Bomchan yourself, right? Like, what are the type of champions that you think that he works best with?
I think things like an Aatrox, where he could just not only self-sustain but also keep up in those solo duels over the top lane. Heck, if even there were lane swaps, he will dare to even stay to challenge a 1 versus 2 lane. I would say that this player is super confident. Meanwhile, of course, we look into Mukra Pixel side. I think like Ruhas should be able to at least have some good ideas to try to really put up against Bum Chanli. Meanwhile, I think like they will have definitely be very reliant on Zilnaster to be able to make a lot of these plays. And I wonder if Rilzo will be able to also put up a great challenge here up to the ID side of the squad. But of course, you know, it wasn't just fun and games. All these players, ex-pro players, as well as our dear committee members, they are playing for the hefty summer prize. What's the prize again, Sir Cloud? I'm pretty sure you remember.
Well, just to remind everyone as well, we do have a graphic here to show you they are eyeing a total prize pool of $10,000 where the champion will take home $2,000, second place will be $1,600, third place $1,400, fourth place $1,200, fifth place $1,000. Same goes for sixth place. Seventh place will be $900 and also eighth place $900. Basically, everyone is going to take home something from this tournament.
That's right. And, you know, just joining this invitational tournament itself, they are already walking away with a little bit of something. So, you know, sometimes maybe certain teams will just love to have a little bit more fun, but we do have ourselves a little bit more of an update to the brackets right now. So far, some of the games which are happening currently has not ended yet. It's just we are back as well, Cindy, that conclude that match, which we have covered. So that's going to be, we are back. That's moved up to the upper brackets. Losers bracket later on I believe that Sinigang will also be featured in one of the matchups, depending on match 4 on who wins between Hyukao as well as Team Briani. So that is to be decided. But up next, I believe we're getting our game with MKPS as well as Corporate Slaves in a matter of time. So if I look through that list, if I really want to see another team to be able to really match up to the pace of We Are Back, I think that team should be Hyukao, because they've got Voidstall on their side. I'm pretty sure that he will be either up to no good or, you know, really, really, really good.
What do you mean up to no good? Like he's like
up to
like
no
he's
good against the
scheming on
opponents,
something.
you know?
Right, I get you there. And another Thai team that I think would go kind of far as well would be T1 Paideo. They're one of my personal picks as well from the Thai region. And of course, it's what the Jazz, right? I mean, myself, I'm a support player and seen him play a lot as well. And he's definitely somebody that I would like to see go far. Watch his live stream. It's very consistent. I mean, it's what the Jazz, right? So I believe that even as a support player, now come on, guys. Don't think that supports can't do big moves, right? What the Jazz. I do hope that we get to cast this game, because it will be a big throwback to myself as well.
Yeah, if they do win their matches, I guess we will be able to get a lot more of what the Jazz. But for now, I guess we settle with what we do have. But of course, all these rosters that were established were only put together probably 2 weeks prior. So 2 weeks is not a lot of time, honestly, unless like everybody's free. You know, we talk about corporate slaves. They name themselves corporate slave because they have a day job, right? So realistically, even if you're an ex-pro player, do you really have that many hours to actually train? So it's a big question mark, right? Also, and like even if you have what has he been up to? Streams, content creation, or so? Who knows? Yeah. So sometimes. Even content creators, if they put just about enough practice together, I believe they can also take down, you know, ex-pros on a good composition, on the champions that they really feel comfortable the most. So possibilities are definitely endless, Sir Cloud. What can I tell you?
I do know that one thing that they probably have been up to for the past few weeks or months at least, watching Arcane Season 2.
Oh, yeah.
So if you guys out there have not watched Arcane yet, what have you been doing? Watch
Right?
Arcane! Season 1, Season 2, especially those who have watched Season 1 but not watching Season 2 yet. Come on, where have you been? Gotta catch up to Season 2 and bring some tissues along.
Yeah,
No
well,
spoiler.
by us airing like maybe certain portions of the clips that we do have before we even get into our first game, you've seen Mel. Yeah, she's in season 1 too, but there's a very good reason why she's in the Summer's Rift already. So of course, no spoilers. But yeah, we're silently judging, pretty much. So yes, we are probably buying ourselves a couple of minutes before we get ourselves in the game. But there's a lot of all these great moments in Arcane, and maybe we get a little taste of that, especially with Victor. He had not only the visual updates, but also upgrades into what we saw early on, played by Nico Desu. That Arcane Storm that was thrown out. Once you get one kill, that storm snowballs and it just creates chaos, just like, well, I guess what the show was. Did I just give a spoiler? I think I did.
No, not yet. Not enough. Okay, but what's your favorite scene of in Arcane?
Favorite scene? Well, I felt like there were a lot of great moments. I think a lot of people, whether they like it or not, they will be spoiled by that scene where Echo and Jinx dances. That full episode was great. I think like the final episode really hits pretty hard for me personally. I mean, I've been listening to all the playlists and stuff like that of all the songs. So yeah, I've been hooked. I probably replayed Arcane from front to back, season 1 to 2, like twice. Like once I finished that season 2, I played it again and again. Like, did I miss something? Like, I gotta make sure of it that it's that good. Anyways, we bring it back to what we have here in the Battle of S.E.A, where there's one squad that I would really love to watch, and that is the team from India, where we have Team Biryani that is, I believe, concurrently playing in their match at this very moment. So Biryani, I guess like I've not really seen too much of league competitive play coming from India, and that's what I really want to get. But you know what? We already got our draft up and ready, and we start off with a couple of bands: Skarner, Galio, Zoe, Poppy, all locked off.
You know what? Galio has been quite the ban, even in the recent LCK as well. A great counter-engaged champion, like he's able to follow up, he's able to save teammates, especially with the hero's entrance. So no big surprise that the Galio is one of the top bans. And we did talk about even in the previous match that Umbrella is definitely a big one as well. It's been taken out by Mukrop Big Su. Okay, hopefully I got that right. And we're going to see our first pick. So what do you make about this?
Well, Pantheon is a good opener at the very least. But more likely than not, this could still be... it's a flex pick that can fit into the jungle, the support, even the top lane. So it's not really too telling, but Bonchan will immediately secure the mid lane pick of the Victor, and it is pretty solid. And this is going to be the first rail that we see of the tournament. Then this support has been S tier for the longest time in competitive play, and I believe that they do have strong team fighting potential from these first two picks that we're seeing.
Yeah, especially with the real pick, right? It's rather tanky and is able to protect the backline. And I can see him playing a similar role with Brown. Maybe not as tanky as Brown, but it's tanky enough to protect a Victor. So that I can see that combination kind of happening. And also we have the all legendary, all traditional Ahri here is going to play in the mid lane.
That's right, and I believe that this matchup will still be pretty decent in the form of the pokes and prods that they could basically go in for the exchange. And to actually answer back to the rel, Alistar is the perfect choice. Every time she tries to dive in, you just get that hit butt, pulverize, get to the AD carry, and really start out all off. Like, so very similar mindset that we're getting here coming in from MKPS.
Oh yeah, big engagements here, right? You have the Pantheon and you have the Alistar. So I can see a lot of engagements here that they are ready to go for. So Corporate Slaves, they must be prepared for a counter engage. And now I can see why they ban out the Galio, because they don't want that to happen. So if they can't go for a counter engage, they have to make sure that the backline is well protected. So Corporate Slaves, we can see based on their next two picks here, they really want to try to protect the ADCs.
True enough. And speaking of ADCs, we're moving into the next phase where Varus has been one of the best options out there, and that has been pretty much axed out even in the previous match that we were witnessing, because Varus could just safely poke from that distance, and sometimes the damage coming from a Q could even steal objectives. So it is definitely very tough to deal up against. Meanwhile, Ezreal, a little too slippery. You don't really want that to fall in the hands of Corporate Slaves. And knowing Nidhogg, this is one of his champion pool that he excels at. So great respect ban overall coming from MKPS, which they actually did a lot of research up against the Indonesian side.
And if I would take the theory of like MKPS or Mukra Brixu, like they want to engage. They have obviously the Pantheon and also the Alistar. They probably want to get an ADC that's able to keep the distance away, or at least have some level of mobility. So I do see the Jinx here being picked up by Corporate Slaves. Of course, it's a champion that is well known. It's kind of slippery as well and able to come out with a good amount of damage. But no, instead they're going to go for the Kai'Sa.
Well, I think this describes it even better. You know, like slippery, check, good damage output, very flexible build comps that she could actually go for. So it also gives you a little bit of that edge when you try to actually dodge an Alistar after he has utilized all his spells. So Nidhogg will definitely at least get a lot more wiggle room for himself. Meanwhile, MKPS, it's going to be another quirky pickup moving into our second matchup here, which will still be able to perhaps, if they do get some good initial exchanges in that bottom lane, this quirky could still really snowball and make this a very hard time for Corporate Slaves.
Yeah, and the thing about Corki is that it is close range, right? But looks like, speaking about close range, they're just going to go all in with the Vi pick here. Lots of engagement power, adding on to the engagement power that Mukra Brixu already has with the Alistar, with the Pantheon. Oh man, this lineup, they're just going to play this like a brawl game.
Oh yeah, and to answer to the Pantheon, now they finally figured out, okay, this is a Pantheon over on the top lane, then they will now go in for Volibear. You really want to go toe-to-toe? It's going to be tough to eventually chunk out this Volibear, where you will be getting a lot of sustain coming in from those shields as well as the passive. So it is not going to be an easy task, and perhaps if later on when you're scaling the game, this Pantheon usually will be very pretty much a lane bully in the initial couple of levels, but after 30 minutes mark, that's where you would see maybe a little bit dip off in terms of some of these champions' power spikes. So early game, I think Mukra Brixu, they definitely look really, really good on what they could potentially get. It also depends on how active Zilnaster roams around the map and goes in for those big dives. But of course, Chastafol is always going to match up to that. We saw what Jarvans could actually do when you move right in, start a fight, lock somebody down with a Cataclysm. You could really disrupt the tempo of the fight and alter it to your side.
Yeah, I'm also seeing a Thornmere to be bought by the Thai side here, because of the Victor. Now Victor is going to spam everything from behind, just like what we saw in the first game. So having a Thornmere, you'll be able to reflect back the damage onto Victor at least. Maybe not able to kill him, but if they are able to reflect back a certain amount of damage and allow his health to just go down, that would not give him the liberty to just spam everything as much as he would have wanted.
Yeah, probably a force of nature and like some of all these other magic resistance kind of build. Tornmill, I guess it could be helpful when you're dealing with a lot of AD damage at the very same time. if you were to stack that, probably on the volley bear or so. But if we're really looking into nitty gritty of builds, I believe that both sides will be very adaptive on situations as such. If they're up ahead, like okay, I can afford to just go all out on the aggressive approach and feel confident about it. They can actually do so as well. But I love the mindset of both sides. They are definitely showing perhaps a little bit more confidence from the side of the Thai squad of MKPS, where Ari, if you were to roam either together in tandem with the Vi, or if you really look for those pick-off potentials, it's rather high for the Thai squad to be able to do so. And knowing Bombchan, I think he is absolutely comfortable playing a volley bear. I've seen it done that before, so it definitely will be very, very interesting to see how well what they actually fare up against, especially for Pantheon. If you could get maybe snowballing in the early game with a first blood or 2 kills, just like how we saw in the past round. Kaigu got those 2 kills on the Bessa and is starting to really muscle through some of these units of WAB on that past game. This could actually be done the same way for the side of MKPS, where with the Grand Starfall, Pantheon can arrive at least anywhere from a half of map distance. You could just have that mad drop and really pick somebody off at the very same time. So let's see how this Pantheon gets activated. If Bombchan manages to really hold him throughout the whole laning phase, then I feel this Pantheon is going to be in the world of hurt.
Yeah, I see the first engagement is probably going to come from Alista, just because Polarize and Trample, those are not big skills. And what I mean by big skills is that it doesn't cost that much. So even though if he engages and the engagement didn't really happen after that, there's not a good opportunity to follow up, they can still back off and that's fine. But if a Pantheon engages first with the Grand Starfall, then it's going to be quite costly, meaning that they must probably go all in following the Grand Starfall. So I do see the sequence is that probably going to put Alista first, and then if they see an opportunity, they see an opening, then the Grand Starfall will follow up, and then following up with others, or maybe a single target lockdown onto the backline by the Vi itself. So that could probably be the sequence. Or maybe they could start engaged with the Vi first, but then again, it could be a bit more costly. I would say that
so many options to think of it, right?
Right?
Could be the Ari, where she got the Spirit Rush. Possibilities are endless, but of course, that being said, well, I think we've definitely talked a lot about this composition from TH, where it is looked to be pretty interesting on paper. But for Corporate Slaves, I'm pretty sure that they're about to show us what they've got as well. So I've hyped out Bombchan, I've hyped out Nidhogg, and I feel like this bot lane matchup, Nidhogg, if he could really get up ahead and snowball the former tempo, you would definitely see this Kaiser to be a menace throughout the match.
Yes, and we will see the matchup between these two teams. Will the Corporate Slaves be the slaves, or will they be the master? Here it is, Muka Pixel versus Corporate Slave.
And here we are with a ward being dropped over the corner, but it doesn't seem like they managed to spot anything at all, especially with them inside of brush. But the highlight of this matchup, I think it's going to be still the top lane as well as the bottom lane, where we want to see whether or not will Bombchan be able to really keep this Pantheon still, because early game, maybe this volley bear might be slightly hustled, but after that, once he gets a couple of levels, I think he's going to be the hustler instead.
Yeah, I do expect that once the outs are all in, that's where we'll see a lot more engagement. But of course, for Muka Pixel, they do have the Alista, and Alista does not need his ult to be able to engage. Yeah, this is just his teammates to have that power spike to come in, to follow up and come up with the right amount of damage. But when we talk about options from early to mid, I would say Muka Pixel, they do have a better chance of engagement.
True enough, and It seems like right now, from what it looks like, Torinora is going to be on that rail instead of Crazy Will, which, for the Indonesian side, they do have a substitute, which perhaps they will be utilizing that to effect. And it seems like Bonchan so far has been able to successfully shove a full wave up against the Pantheon as they're just playing absolutely safe, but that gives them a little bit more of the room to actually get a little bit things done, whether you want to put a dip block, which they managed to plant one over the top side of the river. But both sides of the jungler, they're just having the standard start from red, and perhaps they will all converge later on to see perhaps whether if they would be able to pick off against the Volibear or so. So both sides starting things off really, really cleanly. No shenanigans so far.
Oh, okay. Speaking of shenanigans, no, not big shenanigans, even at the side lanes as well. And when we talk about no shenanigans, it's to the point that both sides not really even going in for the pokes. Like they're just letting the waves go by. Like you can see the waves still in the middle. So how I see it is that both sides are kind of playing it cautiously, like respecting your opponents. Probably at the same time, trying to fine-tune their chemistry and comms while the game is running as well. So perhaps that's why they're not making those big poking moves yet.
Yeah, 10K's on the line, by the way. So if I were in their shoes, I would do exactly the same. Like, you don't want anything that will reduce your chances from banging that big amount. Speaking of which, Bonchan now being poked to less than 50% of HP, and that's just the power of that early game Pantheon that would just easily shove you off of your minion waves every time you try the last hit, and that really forces Bonchan to go back, maybe force a TP out as well. So not the best start, as he's slightly behind in terms of CS.
Yeah, and Chesterford is only at level 4, so I'm not sure what sort of engagement that he's able to bring if they choose to go in anyway. So better let him go back, TP, heal up, and come back stronger again. And it's not like Chesterford is able to take over the lane. If he goes to the lane, then he'll probably be poked as well. He'll probably forced to turn back, and that is lost time. So that's why he chose to not make the engagement too.
Yeah, and I really feel like it will be a little bit difficult. Oh, looks like we do have a pause as Nidok is facing a little bit of connectivity issues. But don't worry, we give him maybe a couple of minutes to sort things out. And that's where I really want to talk about the bottom lane. I guess it's just a small hiccup. We still can talk about the bottom lane anyways. It's all about finding that perfect opportunity, because once you burn out some of your abilities, whether you hit but pulverize or if you just jump right into the foil, that opens up so much room of punishment, and that is going to be very costly.
Yes, and I do get to see a little bit, but not much, if you know what I mean. I wonder if we have the same, but okay, go back. Okay, anyway, the dragon is up. All right, so this is going to be interesting, right? So the dragon, I believe it will be contested by both sides. Corporate slaves, they seem to be prepping themselves up for the dragon. But again, because it's the first dragon, Muko Brixu, they do have a lot of early engagements. They do have to fight. We talked about it. So corporate slaves, do they truly want to go for the dragons and try to contest it from the hands of Muko Brixu? I'm not too sure. They might want to try. They might want to try to test the water, as they say. But essentially, when it comes to big engagements, Muko Brixu, they do have the early game advantage.
Yeah, instead of the dragon, they are now moving over top side together as they bring the rail over on top, and will be looking for collapse over on the ARP knock. Even despite with the shields up, it's not going to be able to hold back for too much longer, but at least this Pantheon stays strong, and it is just about time for them to also secure that Void Grub. So very clean plays overall, but I believe there will be a challenge coming on the way.
Yep. Oh, speaking about challenge, looks like the challenge is here right now. Here we see the buy, and they go in. Yep, this is it.
First blood now secured, as they will once again re-collapse over onto Jock Charcoal. Not enough to break down Rel, as instead the Ignite takes down Davion, and it will still go on for a little bit longer as a give chase towards Bonchan. Bonchan in a little bit of trouble, but he turns it all around. What on earth are we witnessing with all these bodies hitting the floor? And he will go in for a dive, bringing up the ultimate. But Bombshot takes too much of a turn shot, and Nidhogg goes down as well. All these trades over on the top side, and it's a 4-for-4. Who gets the feed? I'm not too certain. And that is something we gotta go back to. It's too much going on.
It's just too much going on. I mean, it's a 50-50, but I want to give that slight edge. I'll probably give it to Copper Slaves. Just because they landed the final blow, so slightly more experience, give it to Copper Slaves, but honestly speaking, the margin is just that small, but that allows the space for Copper Slaves to take away the objectives. Yet, Mocha Praxo, they're gonna engage.
Tries to pull back, not gonna fully commit as they've already gotten 4 members inside of the pit, and that will be a death sentence for that Vi, as she's not level 6 yet. Unless if you have cease and desist, then perhaps it's a little bit of a different story. But all in all, when we go back to the replay, I guess there's a whole lot we can solely dissect.
Yep. So if we were to look at that earlier fight, but before we go on to that, right, we might see an engagement here. It's all on one.
Perfect comp over onto the Alistar, absolutely out of place, trying to clear off the ward, and I guess it was trying to prepare for the Drake, but it now leaves them pretty much vulnerable, but that will be a charm, landed nonetheless. And it seems like MKPS, they're just giving all these objectives for free, no contest whatsoever, and Copper Slaves, they will now take the lead.
Yeah, after they got the kill, they definitely have that window to get the next objective. So now Copper Slaves, is it truly a big lead? Maybe a little, but not that significant. Still, Moko Pixu, they are able to make that comeback. Now, if we look at the movement of Moko Pixu, they seem to be scheming something at the bottom lane where Nidhogg is alone. Keep your eye on that.
That's right, and we also do have a vertical jungle going on. Davion now goes in, hit butt pulverize, hitting perfectly as Rilzo doesn't really have enough damage to really burst him down, and here comes Chastable coming from the back as well. Nidhogg, he's falling really low with the knife being dropped, and here comes the cavalry. Chastable, how much damage can he do? The hit but lands right in. Calculus secures it onto Davion, and the rest is all completed, all shut off by Corporate Slaves.
I love the communication. I love the coordination by Corporate Slaves, how they made the rotation down to the bottom. But while we were looking or we were digesting that fight, another kill happened at the top. But just at the bottom, yes, 4 of them went down there, cool. But before all 4 of them were there, like 2 of them, they knew how to coordinate with each other. But there was a lot of time brought by Moko Pixu at the bottom lane, especially with Davion disengaging. But speaking about engagement in the middle,
oh boy, it's just going to be a little bit of a light tap. As a rel, I guess like you can only do so much by yourself. But yeah, like what you mentioned, that fight over on the bottom lane was still executed decently from the side of Moko Pixu because of the time being bought, like you said. And Nidhogg, as much as he puts himself into a very tight spot, he still comes up pretty much ahead in the form of trade. If you look at maybe the amount of goals stacked up, he's got, 5 extra assists as compared to the Corki right now, and therefore has completed that Kraken Slayer and will now hit like a truck.
Yeah, so we can see Corporate Slaves, they do have that level of coordination. They know when to make those rotations. And that could be a good counter engage to potential engagement by Moko Pixu. We haven't seen that level of engagement by Moko Pixu yet. Yes, a little bit by Davion, but that is probably just Davion with one and another player. I would love to see the point where they go like, okay, 3 engagements all the way, like with the Pantheon, with the Grand Starfall, with the Trample coming in and all that. Like, it will make a good team fight. And I think that Moko Pixu, that is their true strength. But speaking about strength, at the top,
ooh, that knock-up just barely hitting right there, and it really forces the flash out of Orphnok. So I guess that's considered worthy enough. And eventually, once the Grub spawns once more, once again, Corporate Slaves, they really have all these high priority on the objectives.
Again, showing that they have a good rotation. And we're going to see probably the first big engagement here by Mukop Pixu. They're prepping themselves up, and Davian is going to show himself first, but because he's showing himself, so no big opportunities. But hey, here we go.
Jumping hit first, and it will be Obnock that gets taken down first and foremost. Next to follow is the Rel, and it will just be a 2 for nothing trade, it seems. Really good enough, I would say. Well, actually, just to correct myself, yep, pretty much a 1 for 1. But because of how they've controlled the Riverside, it will still seem like Copper Slave, they want a whole lot more. They dive right in, counter up perfectly in time, and they will have Kura to dive right through, but it will be now a double for Nidok.
Two key things there. I believe that the Sinister, he used the Grand Starfall to actually escape. And when the opponents know that, oh, okay, no Grand Starfall, let's go in. Yes, there's still Davion there and all that, but if you notice the formation of Corporate Slaves, they don't gather together. So even if Davion wants to hit with the combo wombo, with the pulverize, trample combo, he's not able to find that good opportunity to actually do that. If he engages, he's probably going to catch only 1 or maybe 2, and that's not going to be worthwhile. But let's check out the replay of what actually happened in this fight. And you can see that the distance that Corporate Slaves kept themselves and the re-engagement that they had, they did not allow the space for even Alista to make that engagement.
Yeah, it's just big proactive plays from Corporate Slaves, and I do agree with you. At a certain point of time, it really felt like maybe there was some this misalignment of comms coming in from the side of Mukop Pixu. Like, we saw the Grand Starfall, and at first I thought, are they really going for this battle with a little bit of an off-angle ultimate? And we look at the positioning as well for the rest of the members. They were slightly far away, so they kind of were forced into that position where they kind of need to commit to that fight because the Pantheon has already committed in that point of time. Now, things are snowballing for Corporate Slaves. It's already 11 kills. But in terms of gold, they are keeping up from MKPS. Just about 1,000 difference right. But objective-wise, Corporate Slaves, they had it all in the bag.
Yeah, and if Corporate Slaves continue to snowball, it's going to be hard for Mukop Pixu to make those engagements. Like, even if they engage, it's like, oh, we don't have the damage to deal with Corporate Slaves. So it's going to be really hard towards the late game if Mukop Pixu don't get those pickoffs. But Corporate Slaves is not allowing them that space. Now we can see Corporate Slaves, they're starting to move as a group. Like what we can see here in the middle. They're playing that protector kind of role, especially for Kai'Sa. And as long as these tanky champions are around Kai'Sa, it's hard for Mukop Pixu to come in, and they will continue to snowball from there.
Yeah, true enough. And because of all these fights that happen later on, we'll get ourselves the Ruinous Atakan, which, you know, initially we were saying, yeah, it's a lot more common in solo queue games when on the very first match where there was very little kill volumes. This is not the case, so later on, that Atakan's going to be of utmost importance. And speaking of which, at least they do get the tier 3 upgrades coming in from Corporate Slaves, which maybe now gives them a little bit more of that slight edge. So far, I kind of want to see maybe a little bit more of active involvement coming from Real Zo on this Ahri, because they need somebody reliably to start that engagement and still get out safely. I think the Ahri is one of the few champions in this roster that can do so, because you saw what happened to that Pantheon. You probably have seen what happened to the Vi. They don't want that to happen again.
Yeah, even the Vi, once you go in to engage, not the best of gold net worth right now, so it's going to be a bit difficult for the Vi. I guess the best that Mukop Pixu can do right now is just try to out-farm their opponent and try to not get picked off, because Corporate Slaves, they do have their own engagers as well, especially with Castafol. If he's able to find a target, especially a single target, he's able to go in, and the follow-up can happen with the amount of scaling that Corporate Slave have right now. I believe they would have enough damage to actually make those pickoffs.
Sure enough, seems like the Mukop Pixu, they already have their eyes on the Shelly. Corporate Slave seems to be disinterested. They say, okay, we had just about enough of the key objectives. We can let them have maybe just a little bit more shoving power, and then once they drop that Rift Herald, perhaps this could be a good opportunity for Corporate Slaves to look for a forced engagement as well. As you can see, things are cooking up over the top side with some rotations moving in.
Oh, and here we go. We might see a big engagement here. We got 3 from Mukopixu at the top. But then again, those 3, they are not damage dealers. They will be re-engaged.
Here we go as they manage to lock them right in with a Cataclysm. All 3 members in the Arcane Storm! It's not going to be good news whatsoever as Kaisa will be able to secure it. Will be 1 for Gongchan as well. That's the wrong direction, but there's not many options left for Zilmaster. Make that a double for Gongchan.
Yes, 3 of them, big engagers at the top, but not the biggest in damage dealer. Arguably, the Pantheon probably is the biggest damage dealer, but him alone is not going to be enough. So Corporate Slaves, they know the map. They know what they're doing. They know when to engage. They saw those 3. I know it's like, oh, okay, it's 3 of them. They're pretty tanky. But they have the advantage in terms of scaling, and that's how they got those kills. Now, we're going to see what actually happened earlier on. And if we were to look at this, right, it is again the communication of Corporate Slaves, making that rotation to the top, doing the math while they're at it, and telling themselves that, hey, our win rate is really high. So let's just go all into it. Yeah, they trade 1 back, that's fine, but they got 3 back for themselves. So it's definitely a big worthwhile trade.
Yeah, an absolute win at that. It's also their ability to really read where the enemies are at, even with maybe lack of wards in certain areas. Like, they assume, okay, they completed the Rift Herald, and now they're definitely going for a little bit of a contest just before the Drake spawns. Dark Chocolate in a tough spot, and here comes the TPs as well. Kuro will join in much later on, but quickly they will just pull back. It's not going to be worthwhile to burn everything before the Drake comes out, so they will just try to maybe put a little bit more effort into securing the tier 1 mid lane.
Yeah, very good point there. Especially when it's about 1 minute 30 seconds before the next objective. But they will still try to go in underneath the turret.
Force the flash away, and this is where Davion sees Angle, goes in for the headbutt onto Dark Chocolate, but that leaves the Vi vulnerable for the taking. Nidok, once again, the star of Indonesia, showing why he's the boss here, being the captain of the squad. And oh boy, this Kaisa right now is just huge, and after that battle, this is just going to be dragon up for grabs. What can Zoe actually do? Apparently not so much.
Let's let this one go. And again, Corporate Slaves scaling to the point of no return. I mean, just look at their engagement. Even though underneath the turret, they go all in. Again, a showing of engagement. Yeah, the Fire tries to engage here, as what we saw on screen, but, you know, they don't have enough damage. That's going to be the big thing for Mukopixu. They have to find a way to stack up the damage.
True enough, they have to single out targets. I mean, with perhaps a Pantheon and Ahri working together, they should be able to have just about those right amount of figures to bring somebody down. But realistically, if you were to chase a target, it's not easy to reach a Kaisa. It's not easy to even get near to a Victor, which is why these sort of picks have been pretty much important in competitive play. Oh, it's going to be a double charge, but that Shelly's going to go down very quickly, and that leaves Zoe in a little bit of awkward spot, forcing that Spirit Rush to be used. So that's going to be pretty huge now that they know that the Ahri will have the ultimate down for the next fight.
Oh man, can't get much out of Corporate Slaves. Mukopixu, they have to play this very, very carefully now. They cannot afford to lose any more engagements. Speaking of engagements now, Corporate Slaves, again, just look at their formation. At least 3 of them will be together. And then Gongchan will just do his own thing. He'll come in and tank at the right timing. And because he's at the lane, he's opening up that space, opening up the vision, so they have one side covered. But from the other side, no big engagement by Mukopixu. They just can't. They have to let this one go.
Yeah, Atakan quickly taken down by Corporate Slaves in such a clean manner as well. We talked about that positioning as well. Corporate Slaves just knows that even if MKPS were to really force their way through, they can at least catch the Vi if she tries to, dash in, maybe force a smite or something like that. It's not going to as easily say that. I mean, Italy's done as compared to what I would have mentioned. so far, I guess, like what you said, this is going to be a little bit more of a stalling before they could find maybe a clean pickoff for now. But Corporate Slaves, they're pushing and shoving, especially now with the Voracious Otacon buff up online. They will have a second life, but they still want to ensure that we make good use of it. So don't really want to just throw your bodies and waste the Otacon buff overall.
Now, I like to point out the fact that Victor has a free lane at the bottom.
Yeah, the whole
And with
game.
it, yeah, he has hardly been poked or hardly been engaged by Mukapixu. So he has the entire bottom lane to himself. Right now, he's scaling. He probably scaled to the point of no return, like how we saw in the previous game. Like, you don't allow the Victor to farm that much. And if we were to look at the items for the side of Mukapixu, they don't really have magic defensive items, so it's going to be a big problem for them when Victor scales.
No, they do know that they're going to go in for the siege over the bottom side, but they want that engagement onto Rozo, and that gets them caught out. This is going to be the first one to fall. The rail is no longer in play, and they will slowly send them down as they drop their last word, but it's going to big double bombshell once again, does it? And they might just go down, but it is not going to be worth all too much. Flash is being burned as well. Everybody gets sent back to base. Kuro still gets on a killing spree, taking down the Alistar. But they still want more. The TP's set over the back. They will get Kuro. All of these kills only worth 100 gold. And here comes Bombchan. Oh, he's going for the flash. And the back. He goes on the rampage. And now WRDZ. Is there going to be much more that she could make out of this situation? The cavalry has arrived. And she will have to be put to sleep.
For a second there, I thought like, oh, Copper Slaves, did they bottle it? But no, they had it all in the plan. They were ready to get themselves up, and like what you say, it's only 100 gold each. It's like, we can afford that 100 gold. The moment they re-engage, Mukapixu, their skills are on cooldown. All their big outs are on cooldown. Copper Slaves, they know that that's a moment to win that fight again, and they not only won that fight, they took down the mid turret as well.
Yeah, that's the power of Otacon, right? Like, it gives you that confidence. Like, it's okay. If people say do or die, yeah, why not do and die, and then we do it again? That's kind of how they roll. So, Corporate Slaves, they still have all these bounties on their heads. Look at Nidhogg, he's worth 700 Gs. My, whoever cast that out, it definitely will feel like a Bitcoin.
Oh. Okay, yeah, that sounds very
Tempting.
worthwhile, worthy. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, basically. Anyway, what's going to be a lot is going to be in the middle.
They're going for a catch-up against Kuro, but he's well protected. Here comes Bombchan, committing once again as the Cataclysm locks him into place. Meanwhile, it's going to be a hop, but Kuro stays alive with the Arcane Storm. It's an absolute cleanup as Indonesia, they're looking to storm the gate, chase down the Ahri. She's already used the Spirit Rush, but can she still survive? Kuro coming for the flank, and she will be able to make it back to base. But that is a 4-for-0 trade. So I guess that answers like that draft that we talked about. They were strong in the early game, but now we're hitting the mid-game and late-game phase where once you're behind, this is just going to be a world of hurt for MKPS.
Oh man, it's going to be hard for Mukapixu or MKPS. I mean, they don't have Force of Nature. They're not able to farm. They don't even have a locket. So what other defensive items do they have right now? Like, the gap is just that big. Wow, their opponents. Okay, even though if you're able to somehow tank out the burst damage from the Victor, they do have Guinsu Rage Blade that's already completed by Kaisa. And Kaisa right now has scaled to the point of pretty much no return. Look at this. It's 10, 1, 11 in terms of KDA. That's a lot of damage. You can choose to either block out the magical damage, but can you block out the attack damage? Or you can block out the attack damage. Can you block out the magical damage? You have to pick either one. But right now, Copper State, they have both pretty much at the same par.
Yeah, I guess like when you're behind like a level or two, sometimes it's even better that you just fully commit into offensive items, hoping that maybe you find that good angle for you to pick off, rather than, you saw the damage output. Even if you buy one tank item, like, you still have to deal with the rest of the squad, which will still put you pretty much vulnerable, which is why MKPS, They're just hoping that they can stall this, but this Baron power play is going to be slowly hitting on the doors of the tier 2 top side. So they will have to let this one slide and defend from their base instead. But can they even hold on to this inhib? I think they might even need to let this one go.
Yeah, they probably don't have a choice, but the best is for them to clear off the minion waves. But at the same time, the bottom, okay. Brun-chan just doing his work at the bottom. Look at this, right? Copper says they can engage, they can do the split push as well. They have Muko Pixu in their base, not able to come out.
Yeah, and that cannon minion slowly chunking it out. They can wait for days, but they are not waiting any longer. It's going to be Zoe just make over back with the cease and desist, and immediately looking for Kuro. They finally take down the Victor, but at a cost. 1-for-1 trade, but it's worthwhile. Zoe tries to probably ignite, not enough to take down the rail, and they will recommit. Nidok will get it, and it looks like it's going to be a triple kill for Kaisa. Meanwhile, Knock has to go in for the solo up against Bombchan, but damage has been done. 3 members against 1. That is going to be the inhibitor, and 1 Nexus turret down at the very same time. And they can say, okay, we don't have to force this. We will have it in the back in the next fight.
Frankly speaking, if Boomchan did not go down, Copper States would probably end the game. But because he saw that, okay, Boomchan went down, so we're gonna let this go for now. I mean, they're not in a hurry at this point, right? They have it in the bag. They have control of the situation. In fact, when they step out, they can clear off the jungle. Muka Prixu might want to go and farm, try to catch up back again, but there's probably not going to be much.
True enough, and now that they're all pretty much having their back against the wall, it's all about waiting for that heavy punishment. I think that angle of fight coming from Zilnaster was quite perfect, where they eventually have been able to pick off Kuroa, getting a little bit more of that shutdown goal to redeem themselves a little bit, get some items up. But that's still barely enough. You know, you still need multiple pickoffs. If you can get that Kaisa, it will definitely be a turning point in this fight, which they will have to do. Speaking of which, Bombchan in trouble, but that will be responded in kind. Cataclysm blocks them all up, and that Arcane Storm will wither them away. And just like that, he survives, but only for a split second. Knock still being chased by the storm as they rush right into the fountain. There is not much room for them to breathe as the Nexus crumbles. Indonesia takes the win as corporate slaves. They clock out in perfect timing.
I can understand the desperate move to get Boundchan towards the end because he's like, his health is just that much. And it's a matter of like, okay, even if you don't get him, even if you disengage, you'll probably be chased down and you won't get anything at all. So you might as well just go for it. But the fact of the matter is that the gap is just that big between these two teams that Copper Slaves can easily run them down towards the end, and that's how they wrap things up.
Yeah, it was beautiful plays, one after another. That bait and switch from Bombchan was pretty impeccable, I must say, where I thought that it was a goner, you know, like for a moment I just let him slide away and oh my, he still survived. And then maybe I spoke too soon and I kind of jinxed him for a little bit. They did manage to get that kill, but I guess like it seems like Mukot Pritsu, they bled out a little too much from some of the battles that they took somewhere around maybe the 15-minute mark onwards, where it just becomes overwhelming, especially that big catch over the top side. I think like that kind of broke the camel's back.
Yeah, towards the end, frankly speaking, whether they got Bombchan or whether they didn't get Bombchan, the game was pretty much over. But Bombchan, of course, as a bonus, he survived. I believe it was thanks to the locket that gave him a bit more shield towards the end for him to survive that. So, yeah, too bad they couldn't get that prize or the consolation prize. And anyway, it was a great move here by Corporate Slaves. I loved how they rotated across the map, how they coordinated themselves, and how they know the priority is to allow Kaisa to scale. And for the most part, we saw that Kaisa had 2 bodyguards at least. But Kaisa is still able to scale to the point that he's able to deal a lot of damage. And I believe Kaisa only went down like once. And again, that was thanks to the bodyguards by Corporate Slaves.
Yeah, overall, like you saw Nidhogg's positioning as well as her use of the ult in so many instances were pixel perfect. Every time that the Cataclysm drops right in, you know that the Kai'Sa will be flying in. And Nidhogg is just oozes that sure confidence overall on how he trusts his teammates to really set things up perfectly. And you saw even when it comes down to dangerous situations, you have Dark Chocolate to always protect, to also trade right back. So it was just beautifully executed. The drafts were pretty immaculate, I would say. So that kind of wraps up game number 2. So we have more to go, Sir Cloud.
Yep.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
senseless chaos jinx. I hardly felt a thing. Nothing I couldn't handle.
Oh, it is so on!
It's about to get messy! Let's dance. Blood for Noxus!
Oh man, don't you just love those Noxus skins? Welcome back, Summoners, to the League of Legends Battle of S.E.A. And we just saw another amazing match here. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra, will be your casters for today. And the next match, it will be another big one.
Oh yeah, this is what I'm really excited for, and I can tell you their lore, their legacy between two individuals in this matchup in particular, because up next, it's Thailand versus SGMY, and I tell you what, these two individuals that I'm talking about is Caspiel as well as on the opposing end, a man that has been to Worlds and has played MSI back in 2019, and that name has been Lloyd Style, a legend in the Thai scene for very good reasons. And these two go way back because there were points that they were battling for slots to go to Worlds. And that time, I believe Caspiel was in Kuala Lumpur Hunters and also he was in Empires. Twice he has attempted, twice he has fallen against Lloyd. And of course, his teammates at that point in time. And now, perhaps, could this be a grudge match for Caspiel and the rest of We Are Back to maybe get back a little something at Lloyd? Now that, hey, the rest of his old buddies are not around, is this a time that they can basically get their redemption here? But Lloyd, he's going to be accompanied by a lot of all these amazing, talented individuals that's going to be joining his roster as well. And, there's great names even from female pro players like Eliza that has been very prominent in the Thai scene. She's also a caster, she also streams, she does a little bit of everything. And I remember seeing her in events as well. She's an absolutely lovely individual. But in the Rift, she's a marksman that can also hyper carry some of all these matches. So I think like some of the matchups that we do have in this upcoming match is bound to be an exciting one. So I just can't wait to talk more about it.
Yeah, it's going to be the first time that we see Hyuka on our broadcast as well, because they were playing on the different broadcasts as some of the games are being played simultaneously. But we get a good glimpse of what We Are Back did earlier on, and they have very good team coordination, even though like some of them are like ranked players, but you can see the level of them playing is just massive, right? As a team as well, the chemistry is definitely there. They have brought themselves very well, I must say, even with a short amount of time for them to be on the show.
Yeah, I do agree, and overall I think that just the synergy is just showing to be one of the key strengths of We Are Back, on how well they have executed all these objective takes so cleanly, and also in a matter of team fight executions. Everybody is basically doing everything that they should on their respective roles. Meanwhile, Hyugao, I want to see what players like Mikasa as well as Exvestor has to offer. That's namely the top as well as the jungle side. And people be wilding and say, hey, Lloyd's not jungling? I mean, over the years, I think we've seen Lloyd play different roles as well. And now he switched to mid lane. When you've played League of Legends for longer than a decade, you probably have played all the champions in the game to be well adapted to it. So we'll definitely want to see what Lloyd Style can bring now that he's going to match up to Neko Desu. So let's take a look at the bracket to elaborate further, because we got a lot of updates here on what happened with the rest of the matches.
Okay, so Huikao, they fought with Biryani in the previous match and they won. So that's why they moved on to match number 8 to meet up with We Are Back at the upper bracket, match number 8. And on the match 1 and match 2, Adobo versus T1 Paidel. Interestingly, Adobo won against T1 Paidel. Now, this match was not on our broadcast, but T1 Paidel, they do have What the Jazz. So I was like kind of excited to see how far they would go. But looks like Adobo is able to overcome them, and they will be meeting up with Corporate Slaves in the upcoming match.
Oh boy, I kind of want to see what goes down in that form of a matchup. Hopefully we do get a glimpse of it, but of course we're going to be focusing on to WAB versus Hyugao in this matchup, where Hyugao managed to take down Team Biryani of India to send them down to the lower bracket, and Biryani will have to face off against Sinigang. So this is definitely going to be a tough one. So it's going to be a Thailand versus Thailand on the losers bracket, which is kind of unfortunate since you still have a lot of Thai teams out there. So who knows? It could be what the Jazz. It could not be what the Jazz. So we wish them the best of luck. And of course, the ones that we covered early on where Corporate Slaves have managed to win MKPS. So MKPS, I feel like all they really have to do is to really sync up on their target priorities, and they will have a lot of better opportunities moving into their future matches. Because from what we saw, even like the dives coming in from the Vive was really, really good from what we saw. And things were just tough in the first couple of minutes, and then it just snowballed out of control. But of course, we move back into the current program right here because this is another big match. We are back. I've already talked about that Caspiel versus Lloyd thing, but this is not the direct matchup. The direct matchup of Neko versus Lloyd, you know, this guy who has not played competitively, Neko, but has always been that solo queue grinder that has always put his name up there on the charts, will now have to face off a player who has played in Worlds. Imagine how he must have felt like if he really put things to perspective. Or maybe he's like, nah, I'm just gonna stop it and say, yeah, it doesn't matter if you go to Worlds, I might be next, you know?
Yeah, I mean, because if we saw like how Neko played earlier on, he was unkillable. Like there were 0 deaths onto him, and he used the Victor. Now, speak about Victor as well. We saw 2 Victors on our broadcast, and both of them were amazing. So, would you say that Victor is worthwhile pay respect, Matt?
I think so. I do believe that Victor is too safe of a pick where you can't really out-harass him because every time he throws in the Q, like, he gets this mini little shield. But when you're trading, that shield actually adds up to a whole lot if you just continuously go in for trade. So I just think that if nobody has a solution to Victor, or maybe if Lloyd feels confident enough to go in for certain assassins or so to maybe give this Victor a little bit of a tough time, I guess that could also be another solution. But when you're playing for certain compositions with assassins, like, keep in mind that assassins usually will have that late game fall off, and that could be really tricky to navigate if you hit into maybe 30 minutes onwards. But if you snowball it, you're going to have a smooth time. So to get to that point, it really requires a whole lot of effort as well. But even so, I think Victor essentially can still manage a lot of all these classes of assassins out there. So it really boils down to the kind of team composition that we're going to get. We've already seen one game of We Are Back. Do you feel like they need any changes to their roster of champions that they've picked up to keep things maybe a little bit more spicy and unpredictable?
Ooh, I mean, we only saw one match, right? So even if you want to predict, it's like, oh, it's only one match. They probably might come up with some of the same heroes, some of the newer heroes that they have not picked. So either way, it's probably still going to be a surprise to their opponents. But if there's that one hero that I would love to see, I would love to see that a Galio to be picked.
Yeah,
because
I think
we saw that being banned.
Yeah, Galio is another great option that, you know, overall, it's hard to chunk down this champion who is such a juggernaut overall. Like, a lot of all, even you saw Faker at Wolves, right? I mean, he would start with, you know, some of all these Radiance Hollow, with some of all these magic resistance, and then you start building more into their damage. So, and even if you match it up against, like, another champion that deals maybe AD damage, then you could still adapt that into armor instead and still have a very huge impact in all these team fights. So that being said, I guess we don't have to wonder anymore because we got the drafts here on our screen.
Yes, and looks like based on the first few bans, the Galio is still open. So just putting it out there, I would love to see it. It's flexible, but that one champion that I guess right now, if I were to look at, like, even from the first game, the perma ban is definitely going to be Umbressa, and it's going to be taken out again. So we're not going to see Umbressa this round. We didn't see that in the previous round because it was banned out. We did see that in the first round. It was pretty nice as well. So because of Umbressa being banned out, We Are Back has to choose another new champion for the top lane.
Yeah, from what I recall, it was the Filipino team that did manage to get the Besa
yeah.
instead. So, yeah, I guess like if he wants to stick to Kisante, it's still pretty much open. Misfortune, one of the top tier picks over bottom lane, but what do they pair it up with? It seems like it will be a Kalista that will still be the opening pick coming from We Are Back to say that, yeah, we're just gonna get this out of the way since they've already picked that marksman. You don't want to have that pool to be building down. And ClearX looks pretty great on this Kalista, to be honest. So let's not fix what's not broken. So overall, you know, we look at the jungle. This has been one of the picks that Caspian plays a whole lot of. We finally get a Lee Sin in the Summoner's Rift. So I would love to see how he actually pilots this champion. We call ex-pro players, you know, sometimes maybe rusty or so. What was the right word? Well, other than that, I'll get back into it. My brain fogs up a little bit. Anyways, when we get into the rest of the pick, it seems like Vi will be a great answer to a Lee Sin to be able to match the tempo of ganks. And once again, I guess we forgot that Victor has been slipped onto the hands of Hugh Gao this time around. Very, very solid. Lloyd is just gonna make Neko Desu now think, what should he go for now that Victor's been taken away, and instead he goes in to secure Syndra. And I think that is a great answer to it.
Okay, I know the Victor pick here, right? And we did talk about like, respect bound to the Victor, but if we were to look at the first two Victors, they had a lot of space to farm. Like they had a lot of room to even up to the point that I believe the previous game, the Victor can do a split push. So I guess now with a Lee Sin, if he's able to hunt down the Victor early on, not allowing to scale or at least not allowing Victor to farm by himself and doing those split pushes that we normally wouldn't see a Victor doing it on his own, then the Victor might be in trouble.
Yeah, and I guess like overall, like his core strength as well lies in big team fights where when you drop that arcane storm, then it just hits onto anyone. But when you have that Syndra, this is just a one-click solution where you just really need to drop just about enough orbs on the ground with the dark spheres, and then once that's enough, you just hopefully land that scatter weak, and eventually with Unleash Power, it's just a barrage of damage that could just hit squishy targets from 100% of HP absolutely to a pure knockout. So I felt like that is the game plan for Neko if they were to really go toe-to-toe. But when we look into the bans, we see a lot of all these supports being taken off the list. We are back. We saw Blair playing on that Kisante previously, and now he's gonna shy away from it. So he's looking for different kind of answers. With that being said, Poppy gets locked in. There's also the Rakan. The strength of the Poppy is to also be a counter to Lee Sin, because once she activates her W, any dashes that comes along the way will be canceled off. So you could just try to negate certain ganks from happening. And now to also put a full picture, they complete this draft of the Gragas, a lot of disengage as well as a lot of options for engage. So in the form of how Hyuga wants to play this, they can isolate targets. They could also opt to go in for those big team fight potential. So we are back. How do you wrap around this comp? And it seems like Blair will go ahead and consider a lock-in for Gnar. This has been one of the hot favorites in competitive play for very good reasons, because once you got that Mega Gnar charge, and if you find the right angle of play, one good ultimate can just stun the entirety of the enemy line. So that is going to be a very team fight oriented play coming from We Are Back as well.
I'm not gonna lie, I do like Hyuga's draft. And just look at this, they have a bit of everything. They have physical damage, they have magical damage, they have disengagements, they have engagements with the Vi. So they have a lot. And I'm seeing that Misfortune will have a lot of protection around her as well. with the Gragas being tanky enough, he's able to stick with Misfortune. So there's a bit of everything for Hyukao. I believe that looking at how balanced the draft that Hyukao has right now, they have in the bag in terms of the draft.
Yeah, I would also say that on paper right now, it really looks solid front to back. How you would even try to reach Elizen is going to be a big question mark for We Are Back. So perhaps this is going to be a pure pickoff on whoever is going to be the closest target. They burst that person down and then figure it out soon afterwards. So perhaps We Are Back. They also will have a huge marker onto Lloyd style because they know he's the main guy you kind of want to get rid of in a lot of all these fights. But with so many different forms of protection, it's really boiling down onto the top and jungle. How would they actually play out some of all these team fights? Assuming if they were either a hit or somewhere pretty much on the balance standpoint. Because if you take a look, it's the Gragas as well as the Divide to be the main initiators in many of all these instances. Therefore, it is really boiling down on how that early game goes, because Gragas versus Gnar, before you get any form of items, you're just going to lose out a lot of all these CS to try to even trade with Gnar overall, unless you can get frequent visits coming from Xfester to really open up a little bit more spacing for team to farm, then things will be a whole lot better from there on.
And if you kind of think about it on paper, right, even if they try to engage with Poppy around, Poppy can use Heroic Charge to push opponents away, and then at some point, Keeper's Verdict to home run anyone who tries to engage. I mean, they have so much protection for Misfortune, and obviously Misfortune being a AD, at some point, she'll be able to scale to a lot of damage, and she'll just be dishing out damage from the back and from afar as well, and she can keep a distance very, very safely. So, I don't know about this. Okay, I see that, yes, the Lee Sin pick is able to try to get pickoffs, especially on Victor, but then again, if you have so much protection around you, that even trying to pick off Victor is not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, keep in mind, Arcane Storm initially will also silence targets, which means they can't use any form of abilities as well. At least he relies on all these abilities, right? So he's got to choose his timing, or he would need to put a crazy form of insect type of play in order to really put this Victor in an awkward spot. So I guess there's definitely a lot to talk about here, especially, that rivalry. Once again, Caspiel, Lloyd. I'm pretty sure that Lloyd wants to keep his track record clean, and to do it with his friends right now would be the biggest statement is yeah, I beat you at every single stage. It doesn't matter. It's the GPL, the MSI, the LST, or wherever. Lloyd, this legendary figure, will definitely defend his title with all his might. That being said, this is going to be Thailand versus SGMY, and we will have all our superstars get set and ready to take on each other. And man, I think like what I said, a lot of pride is at stake here, my friend.
To a certain extent, this feels like the grand finals here, just looking at their names, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, without further ado, we'll get on to our game here between Hyukao versus We Are Back.
Here we go, as we will kick things off without any form of a cheesy scenario. Always good to see that both sides will have a great discipline overall. Caspiel is going to be starting on his right side, assumingly, and it will be a blue starter. That blue side has already been warded up, so they will be keeping tabs on where this fight is going to be moving around the map. Now, what's going to be interesting is this bottom lane matchup as well, where what I expected from the top lane is, Gragas getting poked, tries to poke back, but eventually loses maybe a little bit more health as compared to the Gnar. But I want to see Elizen in action. She's that female pro player that has definitely have accolades of her own. And now going up against ClayX, who has played in the PCS on his time with 7-9. It's definitely been interesting. Philia immediately walks up, gets that trading done, but will also have a little bit more to soak. Callista trying to rush that level 2 is now getting the stacks over onto Adobe. Are they going for that early first blood? Almost does, but it will not be enough stacks to take out Adobe.
Oh, but that's a lot of poking there very, very early. And look at Philia's position all the way to the back. He's ready to soak up the damage just to allow his teammate to have that extra space to get those last hits in.
Yeah, and just like that, they get themselves those early advantages in the form of CS, in the form of XP. So I think that at the very least, you know, like for Elizen as well as Fight, they are holding up just fine for now. Meanwhile, I guess there is an answer to Victor, and that is this in the Shadow of the Week as it pops him down to one last hit. Well, if he had to ignite, then that surely would have actually been first blood.
But you can't get too greedy, right? You gotta calm down, you gotta chill here, you gotta chill, okay? It is against the Victor, but Nico is doing a great job in the middle, doing all the poking work, and Nico needs to win the lane. Again, we saw like 2 Victors back-to-back, and they had a lot of space. They obviously won their lane. So Nico probably learned from his own game, and also maybe he watched the previous game to say that, hey, you know what? I must win my lane. Don't allow Victor to pop.
Yeah, Caspel went in and stole the red buff already, so this Vi is absolutely being deprived, and here comes the rival of the Poppy, slamming Philia to the wall. Not enough to take down the Poppy. He just came back from the base. He has to go back. Oh, this is gonna be costly though for that Poppy.
Oh man, but at least it's a Poppy, right? So a support, you can do that to a certain extent as long as it's not the ADCs, so that's fine. You can trade a bit of damage, and that will also allow like the lane, like the experience, and also like the potential last hits to just go to the ADC. So I think that's still okay.
Yeah, and also fun fact, I think we didn't notice this, but Lloyd has decided to move to the top lane instead of playing mid.
Ooh.
So he's going to be the one on Gragas, and I guess that definitely matches up to Blair. He has also played up against Blair, I believe. I'm not too sure if it's his time in Impunity or another squad as well, when Blair was representing Singapore in the regional events. So that being said, I think he's holding up okay, but like I said, Gragas, they're not going to have a better trade as compared to a Narc. That's why you see the difference in the form of CS.
Philia with the Rakan, level 3, will be important in engaging in team fights as well, as he's able to engage and also disengage at the same time. It's just that he's a little bit on the softer side, so he cannot absorb too much damage. But as long as he's able to find a good engage, he'll be able to come up with something big. But speaking about something big, we might see the first blood here, and we will see it. Give it to We Are Bad. Dami tries to trade it back, but nice flash all the way to the back. Dami is not able to finish up the job.
Yeah, it's just ever so slightly. The heal popped in, there was a barrier popped in the nick of time, as well as the flash to really create that distance. Elizen kind of felt like she could have done a little bit more, as much as you saw that Poppy was doing so much to really get at Clay X. But Clay X, I think he was juking very, very well with how, you know, Callista always moves left, right, center. It's always super hard to catch. And now this Vi getting invaded once more and is one level shy as compared to Caspio. Scout weak, and help comes in. Neko flashes over the turret, and just like that, they get themselves 2 kills off the mid lane.
Oh man, that was a very good move there. For a second there, I thought that the Vi could have like TP back, but kind of canceled the TP, or maybe it felt that I might as well try to move, or it was just nerves to a certain extent. But counting down the seconds, I think that he could have just TP'd back, but hey, it is what it is at the end of the day.
I think it's something that we didn't expect. Like, we were focusing on the Vi, and suddenly the flash comes in from your mid lane past the waves. It's kind of absurd if you tell me. Neko is super aggressive on this Syndra, and we start to understand why he is one of the top players in the server.
Yeah, he is still, at this moment, still unkillable yet, that is. Of course, we're still at the early game, but we're going to see what's going to happen here with Lloyd. One last hit, And Grandpa Step should be able to do the job. This could be a straightforward 1v1 kill.
Yeah, beautifully done. He charged up that Mega Gnar and saw that perfect opportunity to leap directly forward, pushes him back, and just not allow Lloyd to actually do much because prior to this, Lloyd has already burned the flash. He knows the timing of the flash is down. But at least Hyukao, they responded, you know what, we're already bled maybe a little too many kills. We need to focus on objectives. They managed to secure the dragon in trade for the grubs, which Caspiel managed to secure. Dabi now gets an opening, and it's not going to be enough. Perfectly dodged by ClayX.
Oh, but check out the backline here. But the Poppy's not going to be able to do much. At most, it's just to open up the map, but that's going to be about it. But interesting enough that Roller King is not backing off yet. He has to be careful of another potential rotation. Keep your eye on the map here, because there's one potentially coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be Champ that is trying to go in for a big flank. The waves are crushing in. I think this could be a dangerous spot for ClayX. Is Caspiel's going to respond? Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. So instead, it's going to be that vertical jungle where this Vi needs to get back on track, hit that level 6, and then you could consider that turret dive.
Maybe a bit too early still, and by the time that he decides that, oh, I want to turret dive, but the health is just too much. But speaking about health, that's probably not that much. Looks like again the Poppy takes a lot of damage and will be forced to go back. But oh, look at this! Caspiel's looking. Caspiel from the side goes in on the Dabi, gets a kick in, and he goes all the way in. He needs a bit of backup. Philia is on his way as well, but they're not able to secure the kill. But still able to force 2 players back.
Yeah, it seemed like Caspiel was trying to use the Dragon's Rage to reach the Poppy. He had no vision of the Poppy, thinking that he might just be inside of the brush. So that's why he committed the ult first before finishing off with that Resonating Strike. So I guess like it was a decent attempt. At least it also get a couple of platings back towards WAB, where ClayX has been able to take out at least 2 turret plates. So that's a little bit of boost of gold for this Kalista to ramp up to speed. Neko, though, I think that he is just absolutely suppressing this Victor. There's not much that he can trade.
Whoa!
I didn't expect that to be a kill.
Not at all. I thought it would just be a poke and then you'll force Victor to go back. But Neko finished up the job. And Neko is just dominating the mid lane. I mean, look at this Contra. We're 0-6 right now with 6k gold difference in less than 10 minutes. But the fight's not over yet though. Now it's all on to fight the Poppy himself. But the Poppy, at this point, is not able to absorb that much damage. And they know this. We are back. They continue to wreak havoc at the bottom lane.
Yeah, so far, there's just not too many proactive plays coming from Hyukao as well. The only instances where we see attempts were coming from the bottom lane, where it's a little bit of push and prod, and then Caspiel knows his timing well. Speaking of Caspiel,
Goes in. It's probably going to be a solo kill, but we're going to look at what's going to happen at the bottom. No kill for Caspiel though, but then again, he managed to shoo away the opponent. That's good enough.
yeah, overall, the Vi had the flash up available.
Oh, flash by Dabi all the way to the back, but Dabi's pretty low at the Poppy. This time, he will not survive.
Wow, that guy just got disintegrated. Like, did you see that flash coming from ClayX just to secure that final blow where he just rended with that one auto attack as well as the E? That was cleanly done, and it just goes to show that ClayX has played so many games of Kalista to know the damage output so much so that he could definitely get that number. But it was a good attempt coming from Eliza. You saw that Make It Rain was being set perfectly. Oh no.
Oh,
again.
Man. Again at the mid lane. Neko is just dominating the mid lane. How many kills does he have already by now? He has 3 kills and still unkillable. And this guy is just running away with it.
Yeah, by now I think like they might consider swapping lanes, or because this Victor couldn't really hold up to the Syndra anymore. Anytime you saw the guy was not even trying to get anywhere near the medium waves, right? Scattered a weak, perfectly angled from Neko, hits perfectly. So just goes to show how good he is. The quickness now being popped. They really want something happening from the bottom side.
Oh, and there you go. Filia goes in, and here comes the cavalry. Roller King from the side. Managed to make that rotation in. And now they're trying to get more kills out of this fight. It's going to be a 2v1. Make that 1v1. And it's going to be a double kill. Triple kill for the side of We Are Back.
Oh, there's more.
Oh, there you go. Lloyd all alone. He's not going to get much out of this. Give away the quadra kill. So We Are Back.
Oh boy, I wasn't too sure what he was thinking with the TP. It was rather late. Also, keep in mind that since the 2025 update, TPs work very differently now. You still have to kind of channel through before you travel quickly into that direction, as compared to back then you just wait a couple seconds. You TP to ward, you TP to a minion wave, you'll be directly there on the spot. So a little unfortunate, but can Hyukao still find a way back here into this matchup? I felt like mid lane, it's absolutely over. Top side, kind of tough for Lloyd. He was holding up until that play happened over the bottom, which was a little bit questionable. He was rather late. There was no point of committing. And now it really feels like Hyukao needs to find solutions to just stop the bleeding.
Yeah, and look at Grandpa Step. He didn't really needed to leave his lane. But we're going to check out how the quadra kill happened earlier on, right? So if we look at this engagement here, looks like it's just, at this point, it is just stack after stack by We Are Back that they have scaled to a certain extent. And this is the part where, yep, I guess there were a few questions here when Lloyd came.
Yeah, I guess he didn't expect the fight to finish that much faster. And with the vibe being so behind, we come back into a pickoff. Very unfortunate stuff. When you are behind on a Vi, it feels really bad, but they want to find something here. Darren's Rich will now disengage, kicks him all the way back. And Caspiel, he's just happily taking all these camps away.
Yeah, they will now take over the jungle, so there will not be much for Hyukao to farm. It's going to be a big problem for Hyukao. Now with Caspiel at the front line, able to try to bait out those skills. And speaking about skills, he's going to go in for it. Oh, Victor is going to be in trouble. He's not in a good position, but check out the back line at the same time. All the way to the back. Looks like a great counter engagement thanks to Misfortune. And now they're trying to chase back Caspiel. Caspiel, oh, nice counter engage by Caspiel thanks to Neko as well. Coming to back him up, and they will trade back those kills. Hyukao lost big.
Oh, whoa.
Okay.
Victory?
All right.
Looks like it's been a tap out coming from Hyukao. This is too much to take in, and We Are Back. They will now outrageously win off that fight. Oh, that was abrupt. I'm kind of taking the back here. Okay. I believe we got a different winner. Okay, yeah. So this is the right one. Okay. Where do we start? Okay. Caspiel on this Lee Sin, it is just doing way too many things around the map. We saw those ganks were super effective over onto the bottom lane, and things were getting a little bit more out of control. And because the vibe is so behind, they have already gotten almost every single objective that they need. So this is going to be WAB to be advancing forward, as Hyukao have forfeited the match. So they will fall into the low bracket to see if they have any luck to climb back up above.
Yeah. Frankly speaking, the game has snowballed to pretty much the point of no return. I mean, if we look at it from a macro perspective as well, it's not only about the snowball of gap of leveling and experience and also gold, but also the entire map control. Like We Are Back, they have the entire map secured. Like how we saw earlier on, they took out the jungle minions, and there was nothing that Hyukao could do to try to take back their own jungle.
Yeah, and honestly, everyone was so preoccupied as well when we take a look at what really went on in the mid lane. I think like for the first at least good 5 minutes of the matchup, I felt like the victor was still having a decent time until Neko hits level 6, you know? Like, the moment he's got his ultimate, like, it almost feels like he knows this game's over. I'm just gonna press the delete button on this victor. So I don't need to. I guess We Are Back. They don't care about whether the victor is up for grabs or not. They can just pass it, and you got the Syndra as a good alternative to solve all these equations. So that being said, it just was a really tough game for Hugo. Whether if you have Lloyd, who was preoccupied, you saw Blair was really holding the game very, very well, especially Blair on this Gnar. When you are on the Gragas, when you are melee champion versus someone with range, it's already going to be a form of deficit. It started to show on that creep score. And by then, I mean, Caspian just had the map wide open. He goes wherever he pleases, although he's not Mundo. So I think like that is pretty much what really was going to be some of these form factors that contributed to the win.
Yeah, but that was a big win there by We Are Back. So we're definitely going to see them again in the upper bracket. But we still have one more match to go on our broadcast here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go on to that, we'll be taking a short break. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now. These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now. These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now. These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now. These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now. These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now. These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
Welcome to war. Do not test me. You want from me now? I yield to no one. What's this? Such senseless chaos, Jinx. I hardly felt a thing. Nothing I couldn't handle.
Oh, it is so on.
It's about to get messy. Let's dance. Blood for Noxus. The wrath of Abaddon.
What's up, summoners? Welcome back once again to the Battle of S.E.A. It's Contra and Sir Cloud accompanying you throughout the course of the evening, and we'll be here tomorrow as well. But of course, the show's not over yet. We still got one more match for the night before we move into tomorrow's spicy matchups. So it's definitely been interesting because we have to take a look at the brackets first and foremost, because last match, We Are Back has won in probably the most convincing fashion, to the point that, the enemy team had to tap out. So that leaves Q-Cal now in the lower bracket, which they will now have to figure things out again. And on the update of the lower bracket, T1 PyDL, they got knocked out, so we unfortunately won't get to see any games coming from What the Jess. Meanwhile, Adobo has also won their matchup against Corporate Slave, so tomorrow we'll get that PH versus SGMY in the upper bracket, and then we'll follow through with the rest of the match for the other evening. Meanwhile, I believe Corporate Slaves will also take on Sinigang as well, but this is going to be the match that we will feature for the current moment. So it seems like the TH teams, they ended up in the lower bracket, but only one of them will be able to crawl through the low bracket. Now, I'm not too certain which one will it be, but we will jump right in the draft to see which one of the teams will be able to find their way out of here. And we've managed to cast both of these teams. What do you think should have actually be the change to the stuff that they've drafted so far?
Looks like a slight change for Hyuga. Well, actually a lot of changes, right? So they're gonna take the Lee Sin for themselves. Earlier on, they gave the Lee Sin away, and Victor is still going to be a hard pick. I expect Victor to show up a lot here throughout the entire tournament. And it's going to fall to the hands of Hyuga, but the thing is that the Victor didn't really had a good time, and that's also because of the mid lane was a total loss for the Victor. Maybe this time, if they're able to secure the mid lane a bit better, the Victor will be able to shine.
Yeah, that's the thing about first picking the Victor. Sometimes like certain players would know exactly how to counter pick up against it. Now the first pick has already gone through, and MKPS, they have not selected their mid laner of sort, at least from what I'm seeing right now. So moving into the second phase, I think Hyuga will definitely axe out a lot of all these counters against Victor, and one such is going to be Ahri. It's not that it's like a super hard counter, it's just that it's annoying to deal with Ahri. If you try to chase after her, she could just spirit rush away, and sometimes you get landed with a charm. That's the full combo of burst that comes true. But at the very least, from what Moocrop picks up is actually showing us, is that there's a lot of juggernauts there to protect this Ashe. So I guess they really want to play up to the strength of babysitting this carry until she becomes hyper aggressive towards the late game phase. So a couple of bans coming true. Lloyd's Gragas is already taken out the list. Camille's been banned out as well. A lot of respect given to the legend, I see.
Although the Gragas didn't really had a good time in the previous game, but hey, you know what? I guess the respect is a respect at the end of the day. And if we were to look at some of the other potential picks here, so Hyuga, they still need an ADC, and with such a strong frontliner, they probably want to have a good ADC that can keep a good distance. I would like to see a Jinx being picked there at some point, though.
Yeah, hopefully so. But then again, like Jinx versus Ashe, I guess like early game she could still deal absolutely fine. But late game onwards, perhaps Jinx could still have certain weaknesses where she doesn't really have, she's not exactly a champion with enough escape mechanism on board. But up against Ashe, perhaps still doable. And for the final bat, it's a Syndra. Seems like. I believe it was Xvester or so that was on mid lane. Wait, yeah, I gotta reconfirm. Mikasa has a Syndra phobia of sorts. Oh, Singe! That's something I've not seen in ages. Oh, okay, Singe. I guess like we've seen Singe in Arcane. It does not tell you much of what the champion does in the show, but he runs around. Comes up with like the shimmer concoction, spread gas all around the map, and just slowly bleeds out. Very potent in team fights, where you get to choose to flip at least one target and also snare them if they land up in the slow. And I guess for them to really aid up on the lack of tanks earlier, they also include a Maokai, which can still be a Maokai support. This could also be a Singe support if it's gonna be funky, but I reckon that it's going to be a Singe top, perhaps, to fare decently up against the Garen.
Yeah, and the Garen is like one of those chaser sort of champions, right? That if you have a Singe, you don't want to chase the Singe. Like that's the first rule of it. So that will kind of like negate out the Garen by itself. But just for the Garen, I don't know about that, right? But if you're able to like at least like put one tanky hero quiet, it could probably work out. But on an overall, I do like Hyuga's draft a little bit more. I felt that the mobility that they have, especially with the Lee Sin, is really nice, able to go into the backline, especially when you have an Ashe on the other side who's able to have this distance between Ashe and also everyone else. So you need somewhat of a high mobility sort of champion to be able to do so, and I do think that the Lee Sin is a perfect choice.
Yeah, true enough. And overall, it's pretty interesting. I'm thinking who exactly is the jungler coming into MKPS, and I believe it could be a Poppy jungle to be the case here. Well, I was just wondering exactly where does it land, because they selected the Lulu at the very last minute. So I believe that is, of course, Lulu support. pop in the jungle, Garen over the top lane. So it should be pretty decent. Unless, the MKPS feels like, maybe we just want to have fun with this final game of theirs, and then we could just throw a little bit of curveball and switch things around. I guess we just go into the Rift of Noxus to actually see what exactly is the final decision. But I like that we're also getting a Nico, because a Nico, it can be super impactful in some of these team fights where you could just knock up the whole team, causing a big burst damage. You can also mimic, become a minion, hope that your enemy does not suspect you, and then surprise, you just show up out of the blue. So I want to see those cheeky plays. I hope for that to happen. And I'm pretty sure that, since we have creators from all across Thailand, now that they're facing up against each other, some of them probably are close friends, and they're like, they want to get at each other. But for Lloyd, I'm pretty sure that he wants to also play for a big win, because they know that last game wasn't exactly their full potential, and they just had a big rupture before they could even go in for their big plan execution. Hopefully things are going to be maybe a little bit more smooth sailing heading into this final match of the night.
Yeah, I mean, there's cash on the line, right? So they have to still do their best. But you know what? I also like to take a minute to thank our co-streamers who make this tournament happen as well. You can catch them on their respective social medias. We have Unnecessary, Verified Psycho, we have Kimi, we have Soulberry, we have Atmats, and we have Leezy. So you can catch them on their respective social medias. You want to see what they think about the game so far, and they've been interacting with the crowd on the official live stream as well, so you can also catch them there too. So wherever they are, thank you so much to our co-streamers for making this event happen. Now, coming back onto the draft, the Lulu pick is kind of interesting though, especially at a competitive setting. But if you were to talk about like cheeky plays, I would like to see this kind of cheeky play, right? Imagine this. So the Garen goes in with a flash, and then the Lulu wild growths him just to get the extra knockup. Like to me, that would be an interesting cheeky play.
Yeah. I always feel that Lulu has got a special place in competitive as well. Back then, a lot more prevalent, especially when Ardent Sensor was a thing. And now, I just felt like she is kind of like in solo queues, that forgotten support that nobody really thinks too much of. But overall, if you take a look at all the kit of what a Lulu offers, you could just, kind of hex somebody, turn them into critters, and then after that, you can also boost your teammates, and it has just about enough poke damage to go by. So I guess like this Lulu can actually have a very big impact, like you said. Then that being said, it's time for them to hit right into the Rift, as we will now have Hillcow versus Moocrop Brixut. Then now, with all the names out there, I wonder which will be the last Thai team from the lower bracket to advance right through. There's still going to be a chance for them to meet up with some of those that will eventually fall from that upper bracket. So that's it. Let's get right in.
Yes, this is going to be a death match between the two teams. Of course, the team that wins will move forward, and the team that loses will be eliminated from this tournament. So let's see how it goes. So far, we have seen, like what you said, right? We've seen the broadcast from both teams, and Moocrop Brixut did a little bit better. That'd be very early flash that he needed to use, but it's necessary. If not, the first blood will be given away.
Yeah. At least it's still very, very early in the game, so they could just afford to just play a little bit safer. But you could see Davion riled up from that last game. They want to go all in on this approach, and I guess like with all the pressure coming through, it wasn't exactly the best of traits to take, especially when you're a Kalista and the Maokai that doesn't really have all the abilities up in these early levels. Mid lane matchup could be pretty interesting with this Nico, because she can also deal a lot of heavy poking. So I think this Victor is still not going to have the smoothest cruise just yet.
Yeah, so it's still pretty early to tell, right, for the Victor. But we did see earlier on, like, to stop the Victor, you have to win your lane very, very early. Now, looking at the matchup, and also what's happening on the lane, it looks like Victor is being pushed back to his turret. So perhaps it is now the case that Muka Pixel will want is that to push Victor back and not allow him to farm as easy.
It could also be a setup as we are looking at a potential gank up top. This is where the flash comes right in. Lloyd now has to run for his life. He's running out of mana.
Flash?
He has to find a little bit of leeway, and he beats him.
No!
Lloyd gets the kill. My. Did you expect him to live? I'm definitely not certain of that, but my, that was a big play.
That was a close one, so to speak. It would have been either Lloyd or Opernotch, like on the Garen. It could have been either one. Okay, we really have to check back the replay on what happened earlier on. Look at this. Okay, so Lloyd used one flash. Okay, and it's just one hit. One hit. Look at this. The Garen almost got him.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, and I'm not kind of committed to the act, kind of disrespecting the turret aggro that's coming through. He thinks that maybe I could kill him before the second hit goes through, right? And yep, that's what we call debated. But that being said, of course, it was a little bit of tug of war over the mid lane. Rozo kind of took a little bit too much of a blow as well, and that also leaves an opening for Champ to maybe consider a visit over the mid lane.
I mean, can't fault him, right? I mean, if it was me playing as well, I'll be like, yeah, I have the decisive strike. I'm tanky. I probably can block one hit from the turret and still land the final blow, and it's going to be worth it. But hey, it is just what it is. It's probably like a minor margin earlier on. But we're going to see another engagement this time by Lloyd, and Lloyd is not going to make the same mistake, but on bottom.
Oh, here we go. Immediately getting the burst down, and it will be the feat of warfare being claimed by Pixel in this instance, as they've already gotten the first 3 kills. That was once again a very aggressive maneuver coming in from their jungler. Lloyd so far has been a nuisance, and now they are looking for a dive. Champ now being spotted by the Lord, but I don't think he can stop this from happening. This should be pretty straightforward, but Champ is soaking too much. Oh, thank goodness that turret didn't hit him for another blow.
Wow, okay, I thought they would have got that final blow onto Opnotch, but hey, I guess at the end of the day, if they're able to just suppress him, that's going to be good enough, especially when it comes to the early stage, right? Going in for the kills, great, but if you're not able to get it, you're able to suppress your opponents, that's fine. Just like what they're trying to do with Debian here.
Yeah, they actually chunk out his health, but Dabby is also getting the pressure coming from WRDZ. And, you know, fun fact, we have 2 brilliant ladies who on both AD carries, and they're faring absolutely perfectly well. But the pressure is on, while Dabby at least gets to clear off the middle waves with no harm, without the presence of either side of the jungle. And over here, I guess there's just going to be a lot of poking and prodding until one of them hits level 6 first, but Champ is already working on that dragon, and that's not going to be contested by any parties coming from MKPS.
They don't know, and nobody's close enough anyway. So they should be able to get the dragon uncontested. I don't see anyone from Muka Pixel really going in for it when they kind of can. They do have that gap, they do have the momentum running right now. But looks like they're just going to let this one go.
Yeah, and it seems like they don't have the priority as well. But what they could absolutely do is to actually contest for the scuttle, which Lloyd has taken notice. He didn't really have to put down the war. He just has to be another nuisance. That's the thing about Cinch players, you know? Their job is to annoy the living crap out of anybody. Lloyd now in a little bit of a predicament. He pops his ultimate, now gets to have a little bit boost of movement speed just to get out of harm's way. And Huke out, they're looking to secure all 3 of it, but it's gonna be a smite coming in from the Poppy. So Nasser at least gets to negate 1 point of the Rup, where they can still contest for maybe 4 points later on.
Oh, and Lloyd managed to get away again. Like, he's cheating death right now. Like, twice, I would say, for Lloyd. But he really knows how to gauge his health there in order for him to continue to survive. So that was a great play there by Lloyd. Definitely have the moves coming back, rolling back the days, I would say. But at the bottom lane still is going to remove Kopik, so putting a lot of pressure on the new cow.
We have a kill over mid lane. It seems like Zoe has been able to actually find an opening. I believe perhaps it was a surprise coming in, acting as one of the minutes to just pop the Victor. That's just my assumption, but that being said, now Cham's just gotta clear off the wave. And like I said, this cinch played by Lloyd, he's literally living life on the edge every single time. And not many players dare to do so against a Garen. A lot of pressure now brought to the fight, but Poppy does not really seem to find the angle for gank because the waves are not fully crashed in. There's also one by the Tri-Brush, so this is not going to be an easy task. So maybe waiting for an opening over the side brushes if they were to push out, this could be a good sign to go.
And I'm just looking at WRDZ just bullying the lane. Like, they can't get close to WRDZ. I mean, if they go in, then the Lulu will be there. Okay, but anyway, there could be an engagement from the side, but Cham's, nah, it's not going in. But I do understand as well. I mean, if you go in, like, you do have the Whimsy, you have the Pig, so it's hard to engage on the WRDZ when Lulu is still on the lane.
Yeah, I think that they do know that they're around.
Nope.
This is where they actually got baited into the fight.
Oh!
RDZ gets on the killing spree, and this is where Cham arrives. Maybe it's tapped too late, misses the resonating strike, and this is where he drops in the Dragon Rage. Not enough as the Wild Growth hits him back, and this is just a clean sweep, but at least the target gets it back for Cham.
Yeah, they got one, but they did not get the main target, which is WRDZ. Nice flash as well by WRDZ to go onto the inner side of the map, and it's safe from there. But in the middle, might not be safe. Oh, Victor again went down.
The typical hide in bush strats. The flash, the ult, execute. I don't think he could actually see that perfectly coming because there was also that vision ward, that pink ward dropped right into the brush, so that vision was denied. Didn't expect the Garen to be roaming, so maybe they could point the finger to Lloyd. Hey, why did you let this Garen go?
Oh man, no, let's not start that, right? Let's not start the blame game here. You know, it's a team game at the
I'm
end
just
of the day.
joking.
But speaking about Lloyd, now we have him on screen, and he could be in trouble.
I guess it will definitely take a lot. What this Garen has to do is just maybe build a little bit of magic resistance later on into the game. You can still see that it's a full AD stack. 3 long swords. How much long swords is enough long swords? Apparently not enough long swords for now. But WRDZ, you're looking at this confident ass just walking up, getting those pokes down. Cham trying to steal a couple of all these camps away. Only yoinks maybe 5 gold out of that. But could not really afford to have this Poppy overextending though, so much pressure, and you're looking at all these plating of the turret all being yoinked away by WRDZ. She's just stashing so much gold right now.
You know what, at this point it feels like they should just swap the lanes because Dabby is not having a good time at all. And look at the bottom lane, it's just dominated by Mooncock Pixu, and it's just, for the most part, the both of them. Even when Yuka tried to gank at the bottom, they're not able to get their main target. Okay, it could be a second attempt though. Just look at Champs, he's waiting in the brush. But, I don't know about this, man. I think they need more than just a normal engage. Or maybe now, maybe an overextension.
There goes Dragon's Rage perfectly into the wall. Wild Growth just to try to buy us a little bit of time, but they have finally found the shutdown onto WRDZ. Not just enough yet for Davion. He tries to juke. Yes, he will juke. The strikes, and the zombie takes that shot from the turret, and it's a turnaround from Davion.
Wow, that juke is just one of a kind, man. I wish we could see that again. That was definitely something there. But they lost their 80. To a certain extent, I guess we did talk about it. It was a bit of an overextension, and I believe they felt that as well. It's just that they were really confident because of the momentum that they had. That's why they went in onto it. But speaking about going in, could see a mid-lane engagement here.
Yeah, Lloyd just tried to trail onto Arbnock and over onto the Dragon Pit. Instead, it's going to be a fight that locks onto both targets. This is going to be the Ash turning around. She does get the double kill. WRDZ, this is one fully fed Ash in the early game. And I don't know, is there going to be any form of answers? I feel like Champ has got to pay a little bit more attention to keep this Ash at bay. It's already 5 kills and 4 kills to the Lulu.
Yeah, and WRDZ had a bit of help from help picks that gave him that little bit of a shield for him to survive the last engagement. And Dabby being alone at the bottom, now he's super exposed. Lucky enough for him that WRDZ is very low. And here comes the backup though. Devian has to get away.
Oh, perfect use of the element just to ensure that fight gets into the range. This is going to be the enchanted crystal arrow that buys a little time. Devian with the moves again. He gets out scot-free. I guess they try as they may. The answer is just going to be simple. It's going to be the quick feet from Davion that will just skirt out of all these sticky situations. But Maokai's going at it again. Gets the knock over onto Slizer. And this is where the big ult comes in from Zoe. Gets the Champ knocked up in the air. And they will come into Davion finding the angle, but not the right place to be as they get punished. Instead, Davi tries to hop right through, and this is where they will try to trade back. Davi goes down, and this is still going to be a wolf-all trade. And it leaves this Victor stranded right in the middle of the river, tries to actually trade right back, but full. So arrows after arrows after arrows, as this will be an unstoppable force as WRDZ is just snowballing out of control.
Oh man, just as the moment that Victor got hit by the volley, that's it, we know. They just need a little bit of that slow and they'll be able to catch up to Victor. Victor does not have any other escape skills by that time, so all he could do is just surrender, I guess, to that kill.
Yeah, I guess the matter of fact is that they overcommitted to the chase inside the jungle. If they didn't do so, perhaps there's just a chance that you get that one pick off and you'd be fine with it, then it will be all good to go. But Dappy almost going down, but this is where the counter arrives from the back, gets the knockback over onto WRDZ. The Ignite being popped right there. Champ goes down instead, and here comes the welcome just in the nick of time. Gets turned to the final round as Zilnaster comes arriving to the scene. Lloyd now being pushed right back, but he's giving chase. Not enough distance as WRDZ continues on. Poking, prodding, here comes Zoe. Gets the perfect stare onto 2. Goes dominating, and this is the dive for the double. And MKPS, they are stalling on Hugao.
Man, the Lulu Deviant, hard support right now. From the Wigs to the Wild Grove. I would say Lulu, as of now, to me is the MVP. Not only because of the amount of kills, but the level of support that Lulu is providing.
Davion is just built different. The way that he's juking all these targets, buying their attention, also saving WRDZ in those clutch moments. Champ now gets turned around, but it gets shoved back. Dragon's Rage will save his life, and now will be chased by Dabi. Is that going to be enough? Yes, it will be, as he claims the shutdown.
Oh, okay, backup just arrived, but not in time. But they could afford one kill given to the opponent. I think that's absolutely fine. Maybe a bit of an overstation in the middle, but yeah, they took down the turret. It's still going to be kind of okay. Now, let's see if Mukov Breakthrough is going to challenge for Dragon this time.
There's only the Ash and the Lulu, but we see how much WRDZ could actually do in the form of damage. They're disrupting just about enough. The smite will go down. Dragon secured from the side of Hugao, but they are in this scenario where they drop in Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and there we go, spinning, slashing, as they look for that crash. Up now gets that perfect double.
I mean, you gave away the dragon, but you got a couple of kills. By the bottom, Victor's alone.
Well, not much he can do. Flashes away. Does get the stun true. Now goes for the chase. Could this be a triple? I don't think so. If there was maybe a little bit more of a gap closer, if the Poppy could have actually hold a little bit more, but stun came in. Lloyd spotted out. He's trying to be cheeky. He's no longer in the top lane. He's moving all about. but Zima Master, he's gonna be fine. Things are still looking pretty okay. I just give a little bit of copium for Hyuga. Maybe they can still stall the game and find a way out.
Yeah, I mean, the game is not lost yet. They could still try to find a way, but they need to try to find a way to deal with Davian. I mean, Davian is... Okay, he's not really keeping his distance, but they're not really targeting on the Davian, allowing Davian to provide so much support to his teammates, whether it's WRDZ or whether it's the Garen. Like, he's doing an amazing job right now by himself. And if they don't find a way to deal with Davian, then it's going to be hard.
Yeah, 4-1-11. 11 assists out of 22 engagements that has been successful for the side of MKPS. I have to hold that thought for now. He burns the flash for it. And I guess that Master can't afford it because he did take Hex Flash. Now goes for a chase. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto the Maokai. Not exactly the targeted one, but the flag comes in! So gets a 4-man knockup, and this is just going to be Helter Skelter. Navi still gets chunked. One more auto will do the trick. The shield comes through to save the day, but they will lose the tier 2 turret.
Dabby almost went down again, but now he's forced to go back and heal up. But that would mean that all their turrets are now exposed. It's as good as they're down. And speaking about down, the turret is down as well. Maybe Moonka Pixel might end the game.
Look at the drive. Shelly's going topside. Well, this is just the perfect planning, and this is where to try to respond in kind. Tab instantly gets executed by the Judgment as they get pushed back to the Master. It's got nowhere else to run, but it got this Ash into an awkward spot. So this is where they kind of overcommitted. So this is a 4-1 trade in favor of Hyuga. This could be the big turnaround.
Yeah, I guess when they got the inhibitor turret, they should just turn back. Like, yeah, just let it go. But like what you say, a bit of an overextension there. But anyway, they still have that big gap. They still have the big lead. But maybe this could be a kill. Nah, it's going to be a Gary. He's going to be able to run away. Should be okay. Oh, maybe not.
Not exactly the case. Just biding time, walking into a trap, and it will still be a big chunk of money now transferred into the account of Bongo Game. So it's good recovery. All the shutdown goal has been claimed by these members of Hyuga. So perhaps now with the injection of gold, they can just stabilize a little bit more. Gold grab does not really tell us that they're too far behind, but one team fight away. Big fights here. 4-man knockup from Nico, and oh, get wiped off. My, Real Zoe has finally shown us why this Nico can do wonders in the Rift.
Yeah, they got caught in the alley, and that is the position that Mook Pixel want them to be in. Okay, they saw 4 champions there, all in, and everything thrown in, and that's how they won that fight. And now with them winning that fight, look at this, they're gonna put focus onto getting the bottom turret. But we're gonna have a replay of whatever happened earlier on, and just check this out, right? WRDZ from the back, free hit, WRDZ is just going in at it. Like, who's going to stop WRDZ? There's so much protection by WRDZ. Even the Garen took in a good amount of damage for him.
Yeah, it was just perfect execution with the initiation from WRDZ's ult, and then all you have to do is just wait for everybody else to respond. But this is the moment where they kind of committed a little mistake. All they needed was that one guy on the Herald to just crash and let it be. They never really have to put themselves into that awkward spot. But speaking of awkward spots as well, I mean, Zoe twice with that giant ultimate just slam dunking their way in these team fights.
Yeah, so they, again, because of that win, they have the jungle for themselves. Yes, KC Cham is trying to go out with Lee Sin, trying to open up the map, but that's not going to be the objective for Moonka Pixel right now. Moonka Pixel, they want to get the next dragon, and they are the ones opening up the map. Look at this. The Garen at the forefront, just scanning out for whoever's at the backline, and they see the victor.
Oh, that's going to be the Nico, disguising as a medium. Pop Blossom once again erupts, taking out the victor instantaneously as Cham is the next one to go down. The flank comes right in. The Kalista joins into the fight. Over and back. It's gonna be fight trying to stay alive. Will be taken out by Upnock as well as WRDZ. I just feel like Hyukao, they're just bloodthirsty. They're trying to look for those pickoffs, and then they got funneled into bad positions time and time again.
Oh man, it's just the funneling. And not only that, right? I believe that in the previous fight, Garen did a really good job of going to the backline. Like, well, to a certain extent, he's not supposed to go to the backline. He's probably one of those front-to-back kind of champions, but he did that just to try to sniff out where Victor is at, and that is an excellent move. And he's able to do that also with the fact that he has a good amount of gap in terms of itemization, in terms of leveling. That's why he's able to just run in on the Victor. Victor's not able to do anything because of the presence of Garen.
Yeah, of course. Victor, you can silence me. I can silence you for just about as long, and that ability probably does not really cost that high of a cooldown. And this is where he trades back against Lloyd, but it does not really have his ultimate for the execution, so he's gonna let him move because chasing a cinch, that's one thing you do not want to do in League of Legends. So let's see where this arrow hits. And, oh, perfect target bullseye. And the rest was history.
Oh man, that was the best arrow so far that we have seen. He got a little bit of vision thanks to the Garen as well who walked in, but that needed a bit of game sense together with communication to actually execute that. But speaking of execution, here we go.
Wait. Moving a little bit too far too deep. Nobody managed to follow what Lloyd could possibly look for a flip. But 4 members against 1, that ain't going to be fair. But look at this point in time. 34 kills to 13. And just about 9,000 gold lead. I think this is almost secured and done. It's going to be a big combo. Pop Blossom knocks up onto 2. Eventually finding the catch over onto Dabi. WRDZ now in position. It just goes up close and personal. She does not even care. She can be the front line as much as she wants because they know they got nothing on her.
Oh, what are they going to do right now? They cannot even step out. The moment they do, they'll be taken out. There's so much damage coming from Muka Pixel, especially from WRDZ at this moment. But anyway, Lloyd is going to try.
No right targets to be found right here. Forcing the flash coming in from Victor. WRDZ still stays afloat and just takes the portal out to safety. My, this is a different kind of MKPS that we're seeing here compared to that fight that we saw coming from them up against WAB. When you give them enough space, enough time to actually get activated, you see all these big grand ideas comes beautifully out of MKPS.
Disciplined gameplay by Muka Pixel. They know that, okay, all their skills are on cooldown or also on cooldown. Let's just back off and we'll come back in later. Anyway, there's other objectives for them to secure. But now, Hyukao, how are they going to make this comeback? For me, yes, the gap is big there, but if for them to have any chance of coming back, they probably need to deal with Davian first.
Yeah, and they're definitely considering on challenging for the Baron. I'm not too certain if that's going to be the best of ideas because of their current level deficit. If they can actually find the right window of time and opportunity, but instead it's MKPS now going for a chase. They set this one up and they will turn tail and run. Pop Blossom catches one, and that will be the full eruption here. Lloyd, he's trying to buy a little space for them to run away, but the enchant crystal arrow hits, and they will all be aced out of this match. And this may very well be the end of the line.
Yeah, this is probably going to be it. And also the minions are in. I mean, there's nothing to stop Muka Pixel right now. Who's the closest one to come back? It's probably going to be Dabi, but he's not going to be able to do much. So Muka Pixel can end the game right now. Yep, they take down 1, they take down 2, and now they go in for the Nexus. Nothing's gonna stop them. Muka Pixel, they move on to the next round. Hyukao, thank you so much for playing.
Well, Muka Pixel will now climb their ranks from the low bracket and will be the only Thai team that will continue their run for tomorrow's playoffs, and who knows, they might even claw their way out of that lower bracket to hit right in to the grand finals.
Oh man, competition is definitely going to be tighter now coming into tomorrow. Tomorrow we have more games, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you stay tuned with us and don't forget to follow and subscribe to social medias wherever you're watching this right now, including our amazing co-streamers who are making the show happen. But that was a very convincing win by Mukop Exot.
Yeah, I just love that, for a lot of all these members of Hugh, they were kind of chilling at first. They had a couple of ideas scheming in the way. Lloyd had his fun time over onto the top lane with that solo kill onto the Garen, even despite being ganked. But other than that, I guess this is the reason why you don't really see that many Singes being played out, where it's kind of hard to execute in certain team fights, especially when you have so many crowd control on the other end that you could just push and shove this Singe all around rather than being chased by the Singe instead. So I felt like maybe if there's going to be any more down the line that features, our same creators as well as Lloyd on board, maybe I want them to work on that draft a little bit more. Meanwhile, WRDC so impressive on the Ashe, also thanks to the help of Davion that has been exceptional. One of the best support plays that we are seeing throughout the course of this entire day here at Battle of S.E.A.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone's questioning the Lulu pick, now think twice. The Lulu pick was amazing.
Brilliant.
It was brilliant. And the Ashe. Who would have thought that kind of combination that we'll be seeing here today, right?
Mm-hmm. And of course, with the conclusion of that last match, we do have some stats to show as Hugh Gao, of course, suffered another defeat. We thank them for joining us. And of course, everybody walks away with a little bit of a prize as well. So Hugh Gao, thank you for showing such an entertaining round. But can we talk about this Nico? This Nico has been outstanding in all these team fights. The Pop Blossoms that was channeled by Russo usually hits at the very least 3 targets or even the entire team. And to me, that Nico definitely was one of the winning factors in majority of all these team fights. We've got everyone really working with their engines running on Gear 5 for most part. And overall, it's just super fun to watch MKPS on what they can achieve for tomorrow onwards.
Yeah, and also Victor, after watching these 2 games, well, now we can see that why Victor is not given the respect back. There are ways to deal with Victor. You need to win the early lane. You need to pick the right champions to be able to do so. And we've seen 2 different champions who are able to suppress Victor. So I would say Victor, maybe they can just, whoever's going to play this next tomorrow, they can let it go. But speaking about tomorrow, we also want to know which are the other teams who have made it through. So we're going to check out the latest bracket here, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go, the matches for tomorrow.
And over on to the upper brackets, we will be having Team Adobo from the Philippines to take on We Are Back. And I assure you, this is going to be a banger of a series that we're getting on the upper bracket. Of course, everything's going to be best of 1 until the grand finals, where teams will be playing on the best of 3. Mukrup Pixot, now that they've won that match, it's down to Corporate Slave to see whether if they can actually get a win out of Sinigang. And then either Sinigang or Corporate Slave will be fighting up against MKPS. Whoever drops from that upper bracket on match 12 will have to face the winners of match 11. And we will then find out who will make it to the grand finals.
Oh man, and the grand finals will be played in a best of 3 series. And there will not be any fearless draft here, ladies and gentlemen, in case you are wondering. So it will be a regular draft throughout the entire tournament. Tomorrow will be massive. I mean, we're funneled down to some of the best teams, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Me too. Today has been an absolute blast. And, when we first started this tournament, we were having these conversations. Are we going to get a fearless draft? I kind of wish in the future we do, but we're not going to have that fearless draft on the grand finals. Just for, comfort sake of all the creators. I mean, some of them love their pocket picks, and it'll be really sad that they won't be able to actually pick that one again. And maybe with the fearless draft, maybe we'll see lesser victors in the future. Who knows? But hey, today, what was your favorite moment, Sir Kraut? Because out of so many games, I think we've seen a lot of exemplary plays from all the teams that have been playing for day one.
I mean, as a support player, I'm probably going to be biased. I love the Lulu gameplay, the jukes, the support, everything from Damien. That was amazing. To me, I'll put that as my top pick. How about yours?
Well, I'm really trying to think, there's so many great plays. I think We Are Back have really shown that they probably can take this all the way to the grand finals. But of course, they have to face off against a very strong team, Adobo, tomorrow to see if they can actually make the cut. But judging from some of all these crazy plays, I think seeing the Syndra back in action and just absolutely deteriorated Victor to oblivion, in a sense, that's kind of fun to watch because we saw how pesky Victor players can be, and on the right hands, Victor is an absolute madness. So I felt like Neko has definitely had a lot of golden moments. Zoe, Rozo earlier have shown us that Nico could also be played tomorrow. So who knows? We might even get that rematch going through. So that's it. I guess it's about time to wrap up. Any last words before we meet again tomorrow?
Well, don't forget to follow all social medias wherever you're watching this, ladies and gentlemen, because you don't want to miss out on the conclusion of the Battle of S.E.A. tomorrow. Thank you again so much for watching, and thank you as well to our co-streamers for also sharing this amazing tournament with everyone else out there.
And thank you so much for having a fun time with us here in the chat. So we hope to see you guys tomorrow. And also, before I forget, happy Lunar New Year for those who are celebrating. And of course, we'll catch you guys once again, same time, same place. So we'll see you then. Good night.